Heyo, and welcome to your friendly giant Viking trial watch. Hey, I see there's a bunch of people here. Today is the first time I am trying to be on Rumble, and I see that the Rumble stream is working. Hey. Yeah, I'm very glad to. Now, I have to say that I have consciously avoiding too much information about the background. Now, I do know background, but there's a whole different thing of knowing stuff about the dad, his prison sentence, everything around that the sister has told, and what will appear in court. That's the reality of it. Yeah, and well, thank you, and hello, everybody. Hello. I see many of the regulars are here. Kim, Erin Hack, Troy, Iris, Toddly Pip, Gigi. Everybody say hi to Gigi. She is my top moderator. Keep her friendly, and she will keep you friendly. Sal is here. Kim, Atheist Ant. Hi there. Old Line Red, of course. I read. I see a bunch of new people as well. So, yeah. Now, will this be a fun trial? It's depending on what you deem as fun. Are we all voting for justice to be done? Of course we are. We all want to know what happened to Alissa. We all do. Sarah has been fighting for years for this moment in time. What happened to Alissa? Now, just some background for those who are not entirely sure. Alissa Turney was 17 years old when she was last seen in Phoenix, Arizona on May 17th, 2001. She told her boyfriend that her father would be picking her up, her stepfather would be picking her up early from school. And that is the last, as far as I know, that is the last time anybody heard from her. Now, according to her stepfather, who is now on a trial, Michael Turney, she ran away from home. And he claimed that she ran away to California. And well, and this is the sad part. Alissa was 17 when she disappeared. Technically a minor. The cops went on stepfather's word alone. And couldn't be bothered. Which is strange because normally when a white girl disappears, it's all over. Well, it's all over. All over the news, all over the media. Now, it was in this case as well, but most I don't know. I've been actively trying to avoid stuff. I do know he has been in prison for possession of explosives, pipe bombs. And that was found during a search warrant because there were allegations of SA from you might have to correct me on this, but Sarah told the police that her father had essayed Alissa. So they were conducting a search warrant, and all of a sudden, in they go, and they found a bunch of pipe bombs and explosives. So he spent about 10 years in jail for that. But that was in 2007, I believe. And that was 6 years later. And not until Sarah came with her allegations, that was the first time the cop showed more or less interest in that it might not have just been somebody running away. Now, father claimed that, or stepfather claimed that he had received a phone call from Alissa from California. And, well, there has been, then I believe 2018 or 2019, Sarah started her online campaign to find her sister. And it got traction. And the cops and got a lot of criticism. And apparently, if you want something to happen, you have to be online to criticize and for it to go viral. And all of a sudden, the cop and the prosecution cared a lot because image, because politics, because they want re-election and stuff like that. So all of a sudden, they were very interested in finding out where Alissa disappeared. Sadly, to this day, there's no body, there's no sign of life. The only sign of life is the claims from stepfather. So her online campaign were successful. And here we are. And this is supposed to be day one of the trial. The Court TV are starting their coverage in roughly 20 minutes. That is 11 a.m. Arizona time, which is a very strange time to start a trial. So I'm suspecting they will do their summary, and then after lunch it will continue. But you never know. And now, okay, some housekeeping stuff. Again, as usual. Hi, I'm Nick. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. I've been doing this for over 30 years. And so I have a law degree, which makes I do evidence evaluation and stuff like that in preparation for when the union has to go to court and so on. I spent 3 years as a documents analyst in the European Union, so I do have some experience in law and stuff. So I will try to guide you, even though I'm not a US lawyer, through this trial, try to explain 11:40 a.m. somewhere in Arizona. Okay. Yeah, I know Arizona has 2 time zones of sorts. But I Google what time is it now in Arizona. Arizona time. 10:41 it says. Oh, but that's in Phoenix, Arizona, 10:41. But in Navajo County, it's 11:41. They have 2 time zones depending on if it is indigenous people. But 10:40 in Phoenix, Arizona. 10 years for pipe bomb. That's a lot, unless you know here nefarious means and not just things to go boom is fun. Yeah, we can check that out. See here. Let's see here. Let's bring this article up that describes it. Dun, dun. From add to stream there. Oops. Boom. Boom. Go away. So Michael Turney gets 10 years for bomb possession. Stepdad of missing girl planned to attack local union. Oh, really? Michael Turney, the stepfather of a girl missing since 2001, was sentenced today to 10 years in federal prison for possessing a large cache of fully functional homemade bombs. He pleaded guilty back in April. That's in 2010. Federal agents who raided Turney's home at this street in December of 2008 were shocked to find more working bombs than they'd ever seen before. They found 3 firebombs and 26 pipe bombs fitted with steel shot to enhance the shrapnel. The guy also had plenty of handguns and rifles, plus silencers and a ballistic vest. Turney had an operational plan to attack the local International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Union Hall by driving an explosives-laden van into the building, then shooting any survivors who came out the front door, according to a news release by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Arizona. Yeah. So, that explains the 10 years, because he had plans. He had plans. Well, I don't think he was released in 2017, and he has, so far as I know, never been in. Darn it! I forgot my nicotine pouches. What shall we do? Okay, give me half a minute so I can get that, and I will show you a little other things that you can find on my channel. Hey again. Hi. Sorry. Yes, that was a bit of a commercial for my serial killer Sunday. I am covering the entirety of the Jeffrey Dahmer trial on Sundays, and I've done 3 parts so far. You can find it in a playlist on my channel. Nicotine pouches, don't do them, kids. It's expensive and it's addictive, and it's licorice flavor. Anyone? Thank you, Jamie, for becoming a YouTube member. Much appreciated. I know you've been a member before, so this is just an update, but thank you so much. Yes, this is also streamed on Rumble. And there are currently 7 people watching there, and I have 1 live chat. But yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to stream on Rumble because some of my content, especially Serial Killer Sunday and on Tuesdays and Saturdays, me and David at MLS Law Show are covering the old Jodi Arias trial. And there are pictures and descriptions in it that YouTube doesn't really like. So just as a precautionary and just to see what Rumble can do for me, I started streaming on Rumble as well. And here's, speak of the David, here he is. Hey, how are you doing? And I have atheist Nick, how similar is the USA laws courts to Swedish laws and courts? They are not that similar. Sweden is based, the Swedish system is based on a civil system, while USA is based on the UK system, so to speak, to simplify it. Sweden does not have jurors. We have layman judges, or in Denmark they are called professional jurors, which means they are appointed for a 4-year period. And they are also having courses demanded of them to learn due process and law and stuff like that. In contrary to the American system that has jurors. And, well, you can always demand a jury trial, but you always or a bench trial. But we have the lower courts called tingsrätten, which consists of 1 actual judge and 4 layman judges. Sometimes 3 or 2 layman judges, but often 4. So it's a 5-person panel. Then you have our appellate court called hovrätten. Those are also a head judge, which is a trained jurist, with 4 professional jurors or layman judges, but those have to be qualified to be there. So they have a higher than the standard of legal knowledge. Then you have the Supreme Court, our Högsta domstolen. And they are the ones that are making the precedents. Here is how to interpret the law. And sometimes it's really, really hard. They get around 4,000 to 5,000 applicants per year for our Supreme Court, and they might take up 50. So yeah. And then above that, since we are a part of the European Union, you can choose to appeal to the EU court. But that is hard, it's crazy expensive, and it takes a time. The average time for a case to be brought up in the EU Supreme Court, if you can call it that, is around 7 years. So first you have to get from the lower court to the appellate court to Högsta domstolen to the EU court. And we are talking about the time span about maybe 20 years. Does people want the job as a professional juror? They are appointed by the political parties, but you don't have to be associated to a political party to be appointed. More or less, it is, are you interested? Why are you interested? What are your qualifications? Those are more or less the 3 questions. And then you get a basic course in law that applies to your specific jurisdiction. Then we have our specialty courts, For instance, I do labor law, and labor issues are handled in a separate court. Then we have a special patent and copyright court, which is, in my opinion, completely corrupt, because the head judge for the patent and copyright court is a member of the same pro-copyright organizations that also has the prosecutors in it. So yeah, in my opinion, I don't trust them whatsoever, since everybody wants harsher copyright precedents, and they are somewhat succeeding. Dona 1804. Seems like a professional juror would create a conflict of interest in verdicts. Are they immune from impeachment? They are always have let's see, what's the word? If they have a conflict of interest, for instance, a professional juror, if they have a relationship with either of the party, they have to exclude themselves. Are they immune from impeachment? No, it has happened. Last year, there was in our, I believe it was in our migration court, also a specialty court for migration and immigrant issues. There were a 3-2 vote on throwing some guys out of the country, and then it came across that 2 of the jurors, or professional jurors, had been online spewing hate about immigrants and a specific ethnicity. So they had to redo all of it, and they were thrown out, and I do believe those 2 people were thrown out of ever being able to be a professional juror again. So yes, they can create conflict of interest in verdicts. They are not immune for impeachment, and you can't be 100% foolproof, but when found out, we are quite harsh against stuff like that. And thank you, Snickersnack, for your $2 super chat. First time here, but loving it already. Thank you so much. I'm doing my very best to make this trial as understandable for everybody as possible. That will include evaluating evidence, trying to explain the hearsay rule, which will probably come in a lot during this trial, because she disappeared in 2001. There's no body. There's virtually just testimonial and circumstantial evidence. And I believe that's the reason why they are going for second-degree murder, because without DNA evidence, without blood evidence, without a weapon, without a body, it's really, really hard to go to murder one. Unless you're in Kenosha County and are a completely corrupt prosecutor. But that's for another stream. When are they going to do the live streaming so we can look at it? The court TV is 3.5 minutes away from starting their coverage. I don't know if they will start with court appearances, jury instructions, or something of the sort. And but we will know as soon as they start. And if we find out that, whoopsie, They are just saying hi and doing their panel and see you after lunch. Then I need to fill out about 2 hours of content. That would be interesting. But I do have sent a link to Salvador Dali, so he's free to join if he wants to. All I know about Swedish court I learned from watching The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. Yeah, that's a bit like watching Matlock. It's fun, it's entertaining, not so much based in reality. Hey, Mo is here. Hey. Should I steal Mo from her current trial? Do you want me to send you a link, Mo? Well, we'll see. Oh, she's folding laundry. Yeah, we are all very jealous of you folding laundry. Yeah. That is why I almost always buy wrinkle-free shirts. Does it work? No, but they claim to be. And I have a way to make sure that my shirts are wrinkle-free. It's called being fat. So I fill them out, so no wrinkles. Ta-da! Sal can be on in a couple of hours after work. That's great. Yay! If you wear a jacket, you only have to iron the front. Very true. We don't have much dry cleaners in Sweden. There is one about an hour away from me, but yeah, I prefer laundry and then outside on the line. Make it smell good. Unless the neighboring farm is spreading manure, then I'm having a bad day if I'm having laundry outside. Snicker snack. Having to hop into a meeting, but leaving this on in the background. Good choice. Or just hang them instead of fold them. Let gravity do the work. I don't like gravity. I'm old. Gravity does weird things to me. Let's see. Do we have more questions? Let's see here. Yeah, if you have a Rumble account, please do go over there to follow me. That will help me out to get more people to. And yes, do the YouTube thingies. Like, subscribe. If you think you're subscribed, check again, because sometimes YouTube does this with, you know what? Screw that guy. Let's unsub him or her. That's the thing, but Reddit send you here. Okay. Ricky Cannon, welcome. Welcome from Reddit. I would think a manure-smelling Niklas could end hard union negotiations sooner. Oh, I wish. Gravity sucks when you're really intoxicated. Yeah, it does. Especially when the ground decides to jump up and hit me in the face. Oh,
The defense want to be heard.
Not beyond anything we filed previously in regards to that matter.
Okay, so it's ordered granting the request for a single still camera to be in the courtroom during the trial. The court had previously taken under advisement the defense request that the pool camera not show the defendant's face. Did I accurately summarize the defense request?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I have considered that request. I am denying the request, given the fact that Mr. Turney's face is all over the media. I don't find any additional harm, given the fact that the rest of the camera feeds will be showing his face. So that request is denied. I did receive a motion from the defense regarding requesting preclusion of certain evidence. Counsel, when is it anticipated that that witness would be testifying?
Probably first thing this afternoon.
Okay. So why don't we do this, counsel? We'll break for lunch a little early and then I'll take up that motion. I'll just ask, well, was the state going to refer to that testimony in their opening statement? Okay. So I'll direct until the court rules that nobody mentioned that witness's testimony. And if I'll try to break at about 11:50. We'll send the jury to lunch and then I'll take up that motion. Let's see. Oh, Mr. Imbordino, you'd asked that we conclude at about 3:45 today.
Yes, sir.
That should be fine.
Thank you.
Just if you can remind me, I'll try to keep an eye on the clock.
I'll do it.
All right, thank you.
Well, I guess it depends on whether the PowerPoint works or not. But yeah, hopefully not more than 30 minutes or so. Yeah. We needed a few minutes, Judge. The PowerPoint worked yesterday. It's not working right now. So trying to figure that out.
And Your Honor, the other thing we'll need is a headset.
Okay.
My understanding is he's on, oh, a headset.
Headset.
Okay. Okay, Angela can take care of that.
I couldn't get anything to work.
Well, yeah. Yeah, which
Salvador, can you send the link to Mo? Because Twitter is acting up on me, so I can't send anything right now. Much appreciated. I mean, I've been covering 20-year-old trials, and the sound there is amazing. But modern, yes, Mo is on the Twitters. Mo in the deep end on Twitter as well, with some weird spelling. Ah. Hey.
Listen, y'all, I joined Twitter on protest, so
Yeah, they are likely audio processed. But for instance, the Jodi Arias trial, those are streamed through channels on YouTube that streamed it 10 years ago. So I don't think they are that processed. What? For God's sake, lawyer.
there we go. Salvador fixed it.
Yeah.
What
Yep.
in the actual? I didn't do it, y'all.
That's most Twitter. Yeah, you were here when they talked about denying the request for not showing the defendant's face. That's kind of hard because his face has been in media for 23 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can sort of see the point, but we didn't get to see the oh gosh, the OnlyFans woman, and I feel like that was the only reason to watch that trial.
Yeah, I agree. And well, we did got sent pictures of her. At least I did, and yeah, that. I mean, in a nun suit. Well,
I know, I've been a
partly
recovering
nun.
Catholic for years, and I feel like I need to go to confession for that shit. Like, not the stuff that comes out of my mouth hole, but holy crap. Dear Lord.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're going to get me yeeted if you keep. Damn you,
guess-
prosecutor, defense lawyer.
Are they
Oh.
showing home videos? Like, he was happy in this home video. He couldn't have killed anyone.
Maybe. Oh. Yeah, the pictures of the OnlyFans woman are
Let the
on
record reflect
MLS
that the defendant
Discord.
is now present.
Yeah, for justice and stuff.
Don't know, 1804. I'm not a Catholic, but my aunt was a nun, and it never fails to amaze me how people think it's okay to shit on nuns. Here's
To
the
be fair,
thing.
I'd make fun of Hare Krishnas too, so.
Yeah. We make fun
I'll be
of
able to go full
people
screen
out
on
of
the PowerPoint.
love, respect, most of the time. And yes, all lawyers are boomers. Every single one. If they are going to play actual music, I have to be
Oh, the
very
fate
prepared with.
on prosecutor's good. Or is he part of defense? I'm so
I'm
confused.
not sure.
Oh, I guess he's defense.
Please be seated.
They are starting.
We are on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see you all back. It seems like quite a while since we've been together, but I'm glad that you were all able to make it back today and in time. So thank you so much for that.
Let's see if they stream this
when we
on
were last
YouTube.
together, you were sworn in as jurors. At this, let's see, have you read the charging document already? Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask the clerk to read the charging document to the jury in just a moment. Hold on. We just need to get him his listening device.
No, they are only Court TV is only showing on their homepage, so I can't enhance the sound. Let's see if Law and C-word.
All right.
No, it's only through. Oh, Jesus Christ, use the microphone. It's right in front of you.
Oh my God. Why?
Okay, that's the court clerk reading the. Jesus Christ, please. No, it's full. Yes, been there, done that. It is a current. It's live.
Thank you. Next will be the reading of the preliminary jury instructions. You should all have a copy of the preliminary jury instructions in your notebooks. Please feel free to read them along with me or just to listen as I read them aloud. Are there any jurors who cannot locate a copy of the preliminary jury instructions in their notebooks? Looks like you've all found them. Counsel, you have copies as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. CR 2020-001818-001, State of Arizona versus Michael Turney, preliminary instructions. Importance of jury service. Jury service is an important part of our system of justice with a long and distinguished tradition in American law. From the beginning, American law has viewed the jury system as an effective means of drawing on the collective wisdom, experience, and fact-finding abilities of persons such as yourselves. While it may be an occasional inconvenience or worse, jury service is an important responsibility for you, one which I am sure you will take seriously. Duty of jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you've been sworn, I will briefly tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions, and those instructions will control your deliberations. It will be your duty to decide the facts. You must decide the facts only from the evidence produced in court. You must not speculate or guess about any fact. In deciding this case, you are not to be swayed by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. Race, color, religion, national ancestry, gender, or sexual orientation should not influence you. You will hear the evidence, decide the facts, and then apply the law I will give you to those facts. That is how you will reach your verdict. In doing so, you must follow that law, whether you agree with it or not. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating any opinion about the facts. You and you alone are the judges of the facts. Evidence. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence presented here in court.
The sound guy
That
at
evidence will
Court TV
consist of
just entered the
testimony of
building, I
witnesses,
guess.
any documents and other things received into evidence as exhibits, and any evidence stipulated to by the parties or that you are instructed to consider. You will decide the credibility of the witnesses and weight to be given to any evidence presented in the case, whether it is direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. Direct and circumstantial evidence. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is a physical exhibit
All you have
or
to
the
do is wear a
testimony of a
t-shirt that
witness who
says
saw,
pro
heard,
nullification.
touched, smelled, or
You're out.
otherwise actually perceived an event. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which the existence of another fact may be determined. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. You must determine the weight to be given to all the evidence without regard to whether it is direct or circumstantial. Stipulations. During the trial, the lawyers are permitted to stipulate that certain evidence exists. This means both sides agree that evidence exists and is to be considered by you during your deliberations at the conclusion of the trial. Evidence, statements of lawyers, and rulings. As I mentioned earlier, it is your job to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Here are 6 rules on what is and what is not evidence. Number 1, evidence to be considered. You must determine the facts only from the testimony of witnesses and from exhibits admitted in evidence. Anything you may see or hear when the court is not in session, even if what you see or hear is done or said by one of the parties or by one of the witnesses, is not evidence and must not be considered by you. If you should hear or see anything pertaining to the case outside the courtroom,
No, this is seriously, what's going on? No, this is Court TV who forked up. You see, I'm live. This is Court TV. Forking up. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I get to go back to a trial where they're still trying to figure out if the medical examiner was board certified or, I don't know, USDA prime beef. I have no idea.
Yeah, look, I'm live. This is Court TV forking up.
Oh,
Somebody.
the chat is saying that Law and Crime does have it going. If anyone who can do the linky thing, can send it over.
Should hear or see anything pertaining to the case outside the courtroom, or if anyone should attempt to speak to you about this case outside the courtroom, please report to me or my staff as soon as you can. Number 2, lawyer
Is it
statements.
live on Law and
Statements or
Seaward?
arguments
Okay.
made by the lawyers in the case are not evidence. Their purpose is to help you understand the evidence and law. Number 3, questions to a witness. A question is not evidence. A question can only be used to give meaning to a witness's answer. Number 4, objections to questions. If a lawyer objects to a question and I do not allow the witness to answer, you must not try to guess what the answer might have been. You must also not try to guess the reason why the lawyer objected in the first place. Number 5, rejected evidence. At times during the trial, evidence may be offered that I do not admit as evidence. When evidence is not admitted, you must not consider it for any purpose. Number 6, stricken evidence. At times, I may order some evidence to be stricken from the record. Then it is no longer evidence, and you must not consider it for any purpose.
They have the ballerina
Rulings
murder
of the
trial
court.
and the Spanish teacher
Admission of
sentencing.
evidence in court is governed by rules of law. I will apply those rules and resolve any issues that arise during the trial concerning the admission of evidence. If an objection to a question is sustained, you must disregard the question and you must not guess what the answer to the question might have been. If an exhibit is offered into evidence and an objection to it is sustained, you must not consider that exhibit as evidence. If testimony is ordered stricken from the record, you must not consider that testimony for any purpose. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons for my rulings on the admission of evidence. Do not regard those rulings as any indication from me of the credibility of the witnesses or the weight you should give to any evidence that has been admitted. Exclusion of witnesses. The rule of exclusion of witnesses is in effect and will be observed by all witnesses until the trial is over and a result
it's on
announced.
Law and Crime trials.
This means that all witnesses will remain outside the courtroom during the entire before trial or by other evidence, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony when considered in light of the other evidence.
And I can enhance.
Consider all of the evidence in light of reason, common sense, and experience. No transcript available to
So
jury.
it was on
taking
another
notes.
Law and Crime.
At the end of the trial, you will have to make your decision based on what of the evidence. You will not be given a written transcript of any testimony. You should pay close attention to the testimony as it is given. You have been provided with notepads and pens. The court encourages you to take notes during the trial if you wish to do so. Do not let note-taking distract you so that you miss hearing or seeing other testimony. You may use your notes during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Until then, keep your notes to yourself. During recesses in the trial, you may leave your notes on your seat.
Thank you, Jamie.
Your notes are confidential and my bailiff will guard them. No one will be allowed to read your notes. Whether you take notes or not, you should rely upon your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of the other jurors. After you have rendered your verdict, the courtroom assistant will collect your notes and destroy them. Do not be influenced at all by my taking notes at times. What I write down may have nothing to do with what you will be concerned with at this trial. Admonition. I'm now going to say a few words about your conduct as jurors. I'm going to give you some do's and don'ts, mostly don'ts, which I will call the admonition. Do wear your juror badge at all times in and around the courthouse so everyone will know you are on a jury. Each of you has gained knowledge and information from the experiences you have had prior to this trial. Once this trial
Salvador,
has
your
begun, you are
devices
to
are not
determine the facts
connected.
of this case only from the evidence that is presented in this courtroom. Arizona law
Salvador is
prohibits
having
a
a boomer
juror
moment.
from receiving evidence not properly admitted at trial.
3 weeks after he started
Therefore,
his
do
channel,
not do
he's
any
going boomer.
research or make any investigation about the case, the law, or any subject related to your jury service on your own.
I
Do
don't
not
know
view or
how
visit the
long this
locations where the
trial
events of
will
the case
last.
took place. Do not consult any source, such as a
Second degree
newspaper, a
circumstantial
dictionary, a
evidence
reference
only.
manual, television, radio, or the internet for
Week and
information.
a half, maybe.
If you have a question about the case or about your jury service or need additional information, submit your request in writing and I will discuss it with
Okay,
the attorneys.
thank you.
Do not talk to anyone about the case or
Jackie
about anyone
Kennedy,
who has anything
hey.
to do with it, and do not let anyone talk to you about those matters until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. This prohibition about not discussing the case includes using email, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, instant messaging, smartphones, Google, Yahoo, or any internet search engine or any other form of electronic communication for any purpose whatsoever if it relates in any way to this case. This includes, but is not limited to, blogging about the case or your experience as a juror on this case, discussing the evidence, the lawyers, the parties, the court,
It
your
seems so.
deliberations, your reactions to testimony or exhibits, or any aspect of the case until your courtroom experience with, your reactions to testimony or exhibits or any aspect of the case or your courtroom experience with anyone whatsoever until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Until then, you may tell people you are on a jury and you may tell them the estimated schedule for the trial, but do not tell them anything else except to say that you cannot talk about the trial until it is over. One reason for these prohibitions is because the trial process works by each side knowing exactly what evidence is being considered by you and what law you are applying to the facts you find. As I
Don't breathe in
previously told
coffee.
you, the only
General
evidence you
advice.
are to consider in this matter is that which is introduced in the courtroom. The law that you are to apply is the law that I give you in the final instructions. This prohibits you from consulting any outside source. If you have cell phones, laptops, or other communication devices, please turn them off and do not turn them on while in the courtroom. You may use them only during breaks so long as you do not use them to communicate about any matter having to do with the case. You are not permitted to take notes with laptops, smartphones, audio recorders, or any other electronic device. You are only permitted to take notes on the notepad provided by the court. Devices that can take pictures are prohibited and may not be used
That
for any
and
purpose.
7 years
It is your duty
in
not to
jail,
speak
and
with or
at
permit
the same time,
yourselves to be
I think
addressed
he
by any
killed his
person on any
stepdaughter
subject
and
connected
essayed her.
with the trial.
That can
If
also
someone
do
should
some
try to
damage.
talk to you about the case, stop him or her or walk away. If you should overhear others talking about the case, stop them or walk away. If anything like this does happen, report it to me or any member of my staff as soon as you can. To avoid even the appearance of improper conduct, do not talk to any of the parties, the lawyers, the witnesses, or media representatives about anything until the case is over, even if your conversation with them has nothing to do with the case. For example, you might pass an attorney in the hall and ask what good restaurants there are downtown, and somebody from a distance may think you are talking about the case. So again, please avoid even the appearance of improper conduct. The lawyers and parties have been given the same instruction about not speaking with you jurors, so do not think they are being unfriendly to you. When you go home tonight and family and friends ask what the case is about, remember, you cannot speak with them about the case. All you can tell them is that you are on a jury, the estimated schedule for the trial, and that you cannot talk about the case until it is over. In a civil case, the jurors are permitted to discuss the evidence during the trial while the trial progresses. In a criminal case such as this, however, the jurors are not permitted to discuss the evidence until all the evidence has been presented and the jurors have retired to deliberate on the verdict. You may not discuss the evidence among yourselves until you retire to deliberate on your verdict. Therefore, during breaks and recesses, whether you are assembled in the jury room or not, you shall not discuss any aspect of the case with each other until the case is submitted to you for your deliberations at the end of the trial. Again, if you have a question or need additional information, submit your request in writing and I will discuss it with the attorneys. During the trial, you are not to engage in any conduct that impairs or interferes with your ability to hear and understand the court proceedings. Do not form final opinions about any fact or about the outcome of the case until you have heard and considered all of the evidence, the closing arguments, and the rest of the instructions I will give you on the law. Keep an open mind during the trial. Form your final opinions only after you have had an opportunity to discuss the case with each other in the jury room at the end of the trial. Please advise me in writing immediately if you believe that any juror has violated any provision of this admonition. Before each recess, I will not repeat the entire admonition I've just given you. I will probably refer to it by saying, please remember the admonition, or something like that. However, even if I forget to make any reference to it, remember that the admonition still applies at all times during the trial. Media coverage. There may or may not be news media coverage of the trial. What the news media covers is up to them. If there is media coverage, you must avoid it during the trial. If you do encounter something about this case in the news media during the trial, end your exposure to it immediately and report to me as soon as you can. If there are cameras in the courtroom during the trial, do not be concerned about them. Court rules require that the proceedings be photographed or televised in such a way that no juror can be recognized. Questions by jurors. If at any time during the trial you have difficulty hearing or seeing something that you should be hearing or seeing, or if you get into personal distress for any reason, raise your hand and let me know. If you have any questions about parking, restaurants, or other matters relating to jury service, feel free to ask one of the court staff. But remember that the admonition applies to court staff as it does to everyone else, so do not try to discuss the case with court staff. If you have a question about the case for a witness or for me, write it down, but do not sign it. Hand the question to the courtroom assistant. If your question is for a witness who is about to leave the witness stand, please signal the courtroom assistant or me before the witness leaves the stand. So, ladies and gentlemen, the way that this works is that when a witness is called to the witness stand, the party that calls that witness will do a direct examination, the opposing side will do a cross-examination, and then the party that called the witness will do a redirect examination. When that is finished, I will turn to you and ask if any members of the jury have any questions for that witness. That will be your one and only opportunity to ask a question of that witness. If you don't have any questions, the witness will be excused and will not be back again. So you will not get a second opportunity. If you do have a question for the witness, take the opportunity to ask your question. Remember that the question has to be in writing. If you have a question in your mind, but not written down, just signal.
Just stopping here. Jackie Kennedy, I did not know that you had brain surgery. I am glad you're alive and happy. I'm also happy you're still around. That explains why I haven't seen you in the chat for a bit. But Godspeed, good health. And contrary to at least me here, you have proof you have a brain that can be recovered. So yeah, good for you. Let's continue.
To me when I ask that you have a question. I'll give you whatever time that you need to write down the question. It's okay to put multiple questions on a single page.
Sorry, let me see if I can
that helps me
turn that down.
And so, again, you'll signal to me that, yes, you do have a question. When it's finished, the courtroom assistant will get it from you.
Am I the only one on? Am I live now? Oh, good. This is a good idea. This is wonderful. I'm in charge now. Oh, Lord. Yeah, okay. I have no idea what just happened. I am the captain now. This is a terrible idea. Saving Nick's channel.
Yeah, my router decided now is the time to update. Great. So I had to switch to my phone Wi-Fi. Sorry,
Oh,
folks. Yeah,
You know, it is one thing or another.
yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll be hoping that my phone keeps up.
A defendant in a criminal case has a constitutional right to not testify at trial, and the exercise of that
It's good
right
to have
cannot
both
be
phone and
considered by the
router
jury
Wi-Fi, so I
in
could just
determining whether
switch
a
at least.
defendant is guilty or not guilty. Statements of the defendant. If there is testimony in this case about what a defendant said to a law enforcement officer, you must not consider any such statements unless you determine beyond a reasonable doubt
Yes,
that the
Elsa
defendant made the
showed up.
statements voluntarily. Statement to a law enforcement officer was not voluntary if it resulted from the defendant's will being overcome by a law enforcement officer's use of any sort of violence, coercion, or threats, or by any direct or implied promise, however slight. You must give such weight to the defendant's statement as you feel it deserves under all the circumstances. Presumption of innocence and burden of proof.
Okay, I did
The
not know
state
that.
has charged the defendant with a crime. The charge is not evidence against the defendant. You must not think the defendant is guilty just because the defendant has been charged with a crime. The defendant has pled not guilty. The defendant's plea of not guilty means that the state must prove every part of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant
have
to
two
prove
wifeys.
innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a
I
reasonable
have
doubt.
a wifey
In civil
in the
cases,
kitchen
it is only
and
necessary to
one close
prove
to
that
the
a
bed.
fact is more likely true than not, or that its truth is highly probable. In criminal cases such as this, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged,
I'm not a fan of this jury instruction. Firmly convinced. That is a bit vague, in my opinion. The explanation about reasonable doubt, as I see, in my opinion, is at the end of this trial. If I have real questions like, I'm not sure that expert's testimony was correct, or that witness was contradictory to that witness, and that is why crucial. Those are questions that are real. Those are, in my opinion, reasonable doubt. Now, if my questions is in the shape of maybe if I draw too long of a conclusions or mind map, have to go 2 to 3 steps to get to someplace, then it's not reasonable anymore. So I'm not a big fan of this vague instruction, in my opinion.
you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. In deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, do not consider the possible punishment. The charged offense. To assist you in considering the evidence that will be presented during the trial, I will now tell you about the crime with which the defendant is charged. The defendant is charged with 1 count of second-degree murder. The crime of second-degree murder requires proof of one of the following. Number 1, the defendant intentionally caused the death of another person. Or, number 2, the defendant caused the death of another person by conduct which the defendant knew would cause death or serious physical injury. Or, number 3, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, the defendant recklessly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death and thereby caused the death of another person. The risk must be such that disregarding it was a gross deviation from what a reasonable person in the defendant's situation would have done. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charge. The state must prove each element of the charged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you more details and definitions about the alleged crime in the final jury instructions. Scheduling during trial. The trial.
Yeah, Michael Turney was arrested in 2020 at age 70. So he spent the last 3 years in jail. And if you're 70 years old and you go to jail, your health will not improve. Let's just say that. And
I mean, have we looked at the probable cause affidavit? Do we have more than sort of hearsay and he's
Nope.
kind of shady looking?
well, no, because I just wanted to see what will be submitted in trial. Now, we do know that he spent 7 years in prison for bombs.
As you
He
do.
He was he has 4 fire bombs and 26 pipe bombs and guns and ammo and stuff like that. And he was going to attack the local electricians union. And they
Makes
found that,
sense.
yeah. As a union rep, I do not condone of this. I'm not a fan of US unions. I think they are. Oh, you have a hot mic? Yeah. But that's a whole other issue. Not that they deserve to be blown up. Just revamped. I have a stream about 2 weeks ago about what my opinions are about US unions. Well, harmless bomb collector. Yeah, let's go on.
Trial is expected to last through Thursday, July 20, 2023. We will all do our best to move the case along, but delays frequently occur. These won't be anyone's fault, so don't hold them against the parties. Delays usually occur because the attorneys and I often need to resolve certain legal matters before these matters may be presented to you in court, or because I am busy with matters in other cases. The usual hours of trial will be from 10:30 a.m. to 4:45 p.m. We will take short recesses about every mid-morning and mid-afternoon and occasionally stretch breaks in place. We will recess at 12
Is that
noon
better,
and begin
guys,
again
or-
at 1:30 p.m.
I've done all the things I
Unless a
can do.
different starting time is announced prior to recessing for the
Will Call
evening,
Magic
you may
know,
assume
my
a starting
hair
time
is,
of 10:30 a.m.
the way the highlights, I did the highlights, depending on how I brush it, it looks more red than blondish.
Oh. News of the day. You change your hair color by brushing it. By Mo.
I'm giving away all
for
these
the
women
next
trade
day.
secrets.
At the beginning of the day, please assemble in the jury room for this division. Please do not come back into the courtroom until you are called by the courtroom assistant. Order of trial. Criminal trials generally proceed in the following order. First, the prosecuting attorney will make an opening statement giving a preview of the case. The defendant's attorney may make an opening statement immediately after the prosecutor's statement, or it may be postponed until after the state's case has been presented. What is said in opening statements is not evidence, nor is it an argument. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. Second, the state will present its evidence. After the state finishes the presentation of its evidence, the defendant may present evidence. If the defendant does produce evidence, the state may present additional or rebuttal
We're so fine.
evidence. With each witness, there is a direct examination,
Are-
a cross-examination
I'm
by the
confused.
opposing side, and finally, redirect
is not a
examination. This
Terribly
usually
difficult
ends the
state for me to
testimony
be in.
of that witness. Third, after all the evidence is in, I will read and give you copies of the final instructions, the rules of law you must follow in reaching your verdict. Fourth, the attorneys will make closing arguments to tell
AA
you
might
what they
be
think
10
the
minutes
evidence
behind.
shows and how they think
Oh.
you should decide the case. The state has the right to open and close the argument since the state has the burden of proof. Just as in opening statements, what is said in closing arguments is not evidence. Fifth, you will deliberate in the jury room about the evidence and rules of law in an effort to reach the verdict. If you unanimously agree upon the verdict, it will be read in court with you and the parties present. Sixth, in some circumstances, it may be necessary for you to make additional findings. If this is the case, I will give you further instructions at that time. Finally, you will be discharged and released from the admonition. The rules of law I've shared with you in the past few minutes are preliminary only. At the end of the case, I will read to you and give you a copy of the final instructions of law. In deciding this case, you must be guided by the final instructions. At this time, the state may proceed with its opening statement. Counsel, whenever you are ready. It looks like your computer may have gone to sleep.
What? What did it say?
At this time, the state may proceed with its opening statement. Counsel, whenever you are ready. It looks like your computer may have
Oh, his
gone
computer.
to sleep.
Oh. So this will be interesting to see what kind of evidence they actually have, what their story is. So this will be...
Remember the other day, well, welcome back. Thank you for your kind attention.
He's older than me.
The other day when we were here, I think I told you that sometimes I tend to be soft-spoken. So I'm going to speak into this microphone. Feel free to raise your hand at any time if you can't hear me. Same for anyone. If you didn't hear one of us ask a question,
You can
feel
take
free to let
classes
us
from
know.
Gravely. He shouts.
Just a couple of preliminary matters.
Holy Lord, who is Old Man River?
Covered by Judge Myers.
Oh.
First of all,
You
This
are
opening
loud.
statement is
I'm
meant-
lowering
I will
your...
attempt to
Sorry.
give you an outline of what I expect the state's evidence to be.
No worries.
I won't discuss every witness
Chat
I
will
discuss in this opening
inform us
statement.
if we are too loud
Everything
or
that
too
I
soft.
think they will say. The purpose is just to give you some expectation of what you will hear. In just a minute.
Yes, that's my tractor. And if you look really, really close, you understand why I bought it. License plate FCK. Okay, we're both too loud. Let me go into audio.
I am
And,
trying, guys. I have done all the SETI
okay.
things.
Is this better? I lowered mine and Mo's to roughly the same level? Well, they will tell us.
Or two, I'm going to begin
going
talking
to-
of what
Going back a bit, so we
give
hear
you
it.
some expectation of what you will hear. In just a minute or two, I'm going to begin talking to you about Alissa Turney. Try to give you some sense of who she was, what her life was like, who her family was, those kinds of things. Another thing I want to let you know is that occasionally you may hear a party request, the state request to put a witness on out of order. In other words, they may have testimony about an issue that actually somebody else has already talked about. And you might be wonder, well, why weren't they called first? Well, witnesses have lives just like you do. So we attempt to make life a little easier for them to get here, not interfere with their work schedules as best we can, those kinds of things. Third, as you will hear in just a moment, there will be people testifying in this case about events that happened in the late 1990s, early 2000 and 2001.
Okay, so they are
So,
going into the
for some of those
allegations of
folks-
SA.
We're asking for their memory of
Okay.
events that occurred some 20 to 25 years ago. I'm telling you this because what may happen with an individual witness, they may not recall something that they said 20 years ago. So occasionally you will see, may see that witness presented with a copy of a police report, documenting an interview they did those 20 something years ago. It may refresh their memory, it may not, but that's a process that you will see take place. I expect in this trial as it does in many other trials. All right. State of Arizona versus the defendant, Michael Turney. You'll discover throughout this trial that I'm not the world's greatest at electronics. So let me see if I can,
That's when you get an assistant.
I just have to do it by hand. This was Alissa Turney.
Phrasing.
Does he have
Alissa
the
Turney
coof?
has not been seen alive since May 17th of 2001. The evidence will establish that despite efforts to locate her in all these years, her body has never been found.
Which is an issue when it comes to proving.
Her
murder.
stepfather was the defendant.
Yeah, I mean,
You
they
will hear
can
testimony about her
show that
family.
she hasn't used credit
There
cards
were-
or social safety net stuff.
Yeah, and but we will hear what's actually in evidence during the trial. But I do know that the more or less the only proof of life is the defendant saying he received a phone call from California.
Joseph Fritzl much?
That's Oof. Going dark.
That's
Oh,
why you
we
have
were-
me.
Yeah, that's why I have you here.
Her younger sister's name is Sarah. Sarah will be testifying in this case. She had brothers, James, John, Rhett, and Michael. Some of those brothers were stepbrothers, if you will. John and Alissa had the same mother. Their mother married the defendant. The defendant had sons, Rhett, James, and Michael. So these families joined together. They lived in various locations, but at the time that Alissa was murdered, they were living at 17217 North 34th Street here in Phoenix, Arizona, Maricopa County. Alissa was, I believe the witnesses you will hear from are many of her friends, her family members, including her brothers and her sister. I expect that the testimony will establish that Alissa was pretty much a typical teenager. She was 17 years of age, had just turned 17 very recently, prior to her disappearance. She went to school. She had a boyfriend. She had a part-time job. What you will learn, I expect, through the testimony, is that the relationship she had with this defendant was oftentimes troubled. Oftentimes there were conflicts between the two of them. You will hear testimony about that. You will see some documents that give you a real sense of what this relationship, this troubled relationship was. Alissa will, as I said, she had many girlfriends. She had a boyfriend. She had a part-time job at Jack in the Box. She had a savings account. She knew how to drive, but she did not have a driver's license. And at the time of her disappearance, she did not own a car. Perhaps the best historian for Alissa will be her younger sister, Sarah. Sarah was, and I hope Sarah does, I believe, I can't remember if she was 12 or 13 years old at the time that Alissa disappeared. I think Sarah will describe to you maybe what many of you have observed, a typical sister relationship. Not always the greatest. They had their issues, but they loved one another. I believe Sarah will tell you when she testifies that as she looks back on this relationship, it's clear to her that she did not appreciate the relationship as much as she does now, as it was taking place then.
He may be getting ready to play the music.
Alissa will be described to you as friendly, outgoing, made friends easily, tried hard to do well at school. Just a typical teenager. What
He
you
did
will
get it from Mount Sinai.
discover through the testimony is that this defendant, for whatever his reasons were, attempted to basically control every part of her life, every day of her life.
Let's hope he has more
Whether
evidence,
she was at home,
because this
whether
is,
she was at school, whether she was at work.
yeah, I hope they have more evidence than in the Zachariah Anderson case.
Well, it's
Because
sounding like
it's
a
not-
lot of feelings. Like maybe I hope they have evidence like her car wasn't seen. You know, she never cashed this paycheck. We pulled these phone records when the
camera.
defendant said the call was.
Yeah, and every possible evidence that they can. But it is a circumstantial case. Because since the cops did jack crap the first 7 years, much is lost. So, and that is probably the reason why they are going for second-degree murder and not first-degree, because there simply isn't enough evidence for a first-degree conviction. But compelling witnesses and circumstantial evidence can get you there. And I will warn my audience that I know this guy is a complete and utter dirtbag in 99 out of 100 times. Here's the thing: if this is the 100th time, and I don't find the evidence compelling, I will argue for an acquittal. But it's hard to not hate this guy enough to just convict him of everything they throw at him. But that's the due process. That's why we have courts, lawyers, everything. So the prosecution and the state, the government, has to reach the level of beyond reasonable doubt.
Well, it's like the Border Patrol crossing guy. I mean, the man has a face that belongs on a punching bag.
Mm.
But, had they just made the case with the, attack spider, I would never convict. Now, the other things there, they do show that he is more likely than not, and they've shown pretty convincingly that he did it in a roundabout way. Now, death penalty, I don't know. That's the one thing.
Yeah. In that case, some of the witnesses were trying to help out, but undermined the prosecution's case, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sound is fine on court and your similar volume. Okay, good.
Woo.
Good. Yay. Let's continue.
That control, certainly her younger sister, Sarah, as her parent, you would expect for both of them to exercise parental control. This was, you will discover from the testimony, above the norm. And he treated them differently. He treated them differently, you will discover from the evidence. You will hear references that this defendant made about Alissa, derogatory comments that he made about her, attempting to portray her as dumb, as having mental health issues, things like that. This case began May 17th. Well, obviously it began many years before this, but the investigation into her disappearance began on May 17th, 2001. I think, as I said a minute ago, she had just recently turned 17. This was the very last day.
I hope he's getting somewhere, because as I understand it, the investigation began on a disappearance, and they believed her stepfather when he said, "Oh, she ran away." And then they did jack crap for 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, and he's already kind of let in with this. She was 17 a couple times. But again, that's why I would. It's almost like he didn't have someone behind him, and he said, "Look, I'm going to read my thing. Would you tell me if I sound coherent?"
Yeah, and that the fact that she was 17 should have prompted a much larger investigation in 2001, because she was technically a minor. The dad say, "Oh, she ran away to California." We don't care.
Well, and
I mean,
If
That
that's out of
should have been the
character.
yeah. She had a boyfriend last day at school. The defendant was the one who picked her up from school, and then she was never seen again. That should have prompted something much more severe. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did make a thorough investigation, but I highly doubt it. I believe the
Yeah, I'm not so
justice
sure about
system,
that.
yeah, I believe that the justice system completely failed Alissa. And now they are trying to make up for it 22 years later. Sadly, I believe that most of any evidence was lost. But yeah, you never know. And yeah, I've heard parts of different podcasts, but I didn't listen too much because most, I believe, that are in the podcast that they know that the sister told might be, I don't know, the trial has just started, but much might not be presented to the jury. So we don't know. Or I don't know, at least. Let's continue.
Of her junior year in high school. I believe the evidence will be that since it was the last day, the last class day, that it was not going to be the typical hours. In other words, school would not have been over later in the day as it normally was. But she went to school. Sarah went to school. They went to different schools. Sarah was younger. Sometimes they walked, sometimes they rode. Sarah rode a bus. Sometimes the defendant would take them to school. It just depended. And speaking about the control that this defendant exercised over really everyone at some stage of their lives, of his children, he recorded phone calls, incoming and outgoing phone calls from the house. At the time of Alyssa's disappearance, there was a surveillance camera in the carport, and I'll show you a photograph of this house in just a moment. But let me just give you a little background. There was a surveillance camera in the carport that showed the carport and the kitchen door entrance to the carport. There was another surveillance camera in a vent in the living room. And I'll show you some clips of a couple of those videos. That surveillance camera was focused on a couch, a sofa in that living room at the time. Sarah will tell you that there was sometimes the defendant would set up a camcorder in different parts of the house. You'll hear testimony that the defendant not only recorded phone calls, but sometimes recorded conversations with people with a tape recorder.
Thank you.
You're
Boomer!
welcome.
An hour and 35 minutes in. The Wi-Fi accident was not my fault. Okay, so David is yeeting. He's stream yeeting me, or stream, what it's called? Well, whatever.
Sniping?
Stream sniping. And because David has an uncanny ability to choose trials that on the surface sounds amazing and end up deadly boring. I mean, last night when I watched, the entire afternoon was about reading text messages and then a poor police officer being forced to say for the last hour, at that time there was a Snapchat. We don't know what it contained.
Oh my
At that
gosh.
time there was another Snapchat. And at that time there was another. I mean,
And
Yeah,
I'm here trying to figure out how a man so rude and so disrespectful got 2 women to give him children.
yeah. But he kind of looks like the soccer player Ronaldo. So, but then again, if you look like somebody who is actually convicted of SA, I don't know if that's a good thing. Let's continue.
No.
The evidence you will hear is that on that May 17th, 2001, approximately,
Hey, Joseph
well,
is here.
sometime before noon, shortly before noon, the defendant came to Alyssa's school and picked her up and took her out early. You'll hear testimony from the boyfriend that she had at the time, Mr. Lackman, that Alissa stopped by and told him, "I'm leaving. My dad is just picking me up." That's the last time that John Lackman ever saw Alissa. You'll hear testimony that a young man that knew her was a senior in high school and was graduating later that day. He was expecting her to come to his graduation. She never showed up. She had, as I told you, a part-time job at Jack in the Box. She never showed up again. All we know about what happened the rest of that day as it relates to Alyssa's disappearance is what Sarah will tell you that she observed and what the defendant has told people over the years. You will not. So later that day on May 17th, the defendant.
He was first voted in during the Nixon administration. Been there, done that. Emily's Law Show is my uncle. Or if it's Ben's uncle, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
I mean, I can't determine if he only looks older than me because he's overworked and underpaid and stuff like that, or if it's actually 30 years older. I don't know. I have to find out. Okay, one of the reasons why I'm pausing is because after this, it's lunch there.
Oh,
And that means an hour, 15 minutes until we hear the defense opening statement. So, and of course, this is a commentary channel. I will try to help you, try to guide you through what's happening in this trial. But also, I have to make comments once in a while, or we are in the risk of Law and C-word saying, no, you can't. And you never know. You can't predict beforehand what will be an interesting trial. Clerk for Cicero with George Schroeder. Oh, that's funny. Well, while we continue listening, I will try to see how old this guy is.
Called the Phoenix Police Department and filed what was referred to as a runaway report, claiming that she had run away from home. He was supposed to pick up Sarah from school. Sarah's went to since it was her last day of school as well, they had an outing that they went to. He was supposed to pick her up at school. He did not appear. She went to a friend's house, which was not unusual, she will tell you, for her to walk to that friend's house. It wasn't very far away from the school. the defendant had picked her up there on other occasions. And that's what happened this time. He did not pick her up at school. He picked her up at her friend's house. The evidence will not tell you exactly what time this was, but it was late in the afternoon of May 17th. Sarah will tell you that the defendant told her, "I can't get hold of Alissa. I've been calling her." Alissa had a cell phone. She's not answering. They got to the house. Sarah will tell you that she went into Alissa's bedroom. Alissa was not there. There was, Sarah will tell you that she found a handwritten note that, and there's no dispute that it's in Alissa's handwriting. There will be no evidence telling you when it was written, under what circumstances it was written, but the note said that she was going to California, that she had taken $300, and that she was going to California because that's what her father and Sarah wanted her to do. Sarah will tell you that Alissa normally carried a backpack. That was not there. But what Sarah will also tell you is that on the floor of that bedroom, the contents, what appeared to be had been the contents of that backpack, school materials, books, etc., were dumped on the floor. She didn't observe, Sarah did not observe like the closet cleaned out, like somebody might pack a suitcase and take their clothes with them. Her makeup was still there. Her cell phone was still there. There was a necklace still there that you will discover had been a gift from Mr. Lackman. You'll hear evidence that the defendant called various people to try to find out where Alissa was. When he called the police, he said he told the police on the phone that he discovered her missing around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Unfortunately, you will discover the Phoenix Police Department receives hundreds, sometimes thousands of these types of runaway reports. So they did not go to the house to investigate. They did not go to the house to interview Sarah or the defendant. Unfortunately, you will discover they took him at his word that she had run away. He later advised the Phoenix Police Department that he received a phone call from California. And depending on who he talked to, he either knew it was Alissa, thought it was Alissa, presumed it was Alissa. She yelled at him. But there's no recording of that phone call. Over the next few years, again, the Phoenix Police Department did not really investigate this case. Other than if, for example, a unidentified body was discovered in Arizona or California or Texas, they did manage to get a DNA profile. They obtained dental records from the defendant. And whenever such an alert came through, attempts to compare to see if this was Alissa were done. None of them have ever been Alissa. Her final resting place is unknown. Eventually, In approximately 2008, you will hear from 2 Phoenix detectives who worked missing persons cases, William Anderson, Stuart Summershoe. Detective Summershoe is retired now. They began working on the case. Eventually, a search warrant was authored.
It's virtually impossible to find names on Maricopa County's prosecution office to find pictures and names.
I am going to leave
So-
for about 15 minutes. I have to pick up oldest
Yep.
one at work.
Mm.
Yeah, but
Okay. I'm invoking the chat to actually find the name of this guy because I've been searching through their websites and it's like searching through a 1996 forum of sorts. Yeah, let's continue listening to this guy.
Authorized and a search took place. But what had happened was, in the years that had passed, the defendant and Sarah were no longer living at the same address where Alissa was last living. So a search was conducted of the current residence, and I'll tell you about some of the things that were found in the defendant's possession in that house. They also searched the house where Alissa was living when she went missing. Somebody else was already living there, but they searched it. You will see some photographs of that home. They were taken in about 2008, so they show the general layout of the home. The furniture that you will see in these photographs is not the defendant's furniture because somebody else was living. There will be no blood evidence. There will be no DNA evidence. The police never found a crime scene as you might have hoped they would.
Yeah. This is the hard part with the prosecution for this case. No crime scene, because they didn't search for a crime scene at the time. And so everything like blood, DNA, everything of that sort out the window. They didn't search, if I recall correctly, we don't know if there's any surveillance video saved from that time. So we might have a case that is completely by witnesses. Completely. And how to get to a conviction of second degree, those has to be strong AF for me to even get through. I need evidence. Let's just say that. I need some kind of evidence. I want to convict this guy, but without evidence, how can we?
Let's talk about that search of the defendant's home in 2008.
Oh, they're bringing in
What they
direct.
discovered was that the defendant had literally hundreds of audio tapes of phone calls that had been recorded over the years.
Oh,
And I don't remember the exact number. Detective Summershoe and or Detective Anderson will be able to tell you that. Literally tubs of cassette tapes, tubs of VHS tapes. This surveillance system used a VHS recorder. They found VHS tapes from years ago, years prior to when Alissa went missing. Recorded phone calls years before Alissa went missing. There was no recording of the day that Alissa went missing. And as I told you earlier, no recording of that phone call. And there was a phone call to the residence. The defendant himself was able to obtain a record from the phone company. There was a phone call, as he described, from California.
Okay, if this is Vince Imbordino, he is of age 75. So, yeah. Yeah, he looks 75, but that also means he's 2 years older than the defendant. Okay, now we know that. Thank you, chat.
California. Obviously, the record doesn't tell you who called. You will hear that it came from a payphone, but there is no recording of that call. Sarah will tell you that all calls were recorded. This recorder was in the kitchen. She will tell you that there were always stacks of cassette tapes there in order to record calls.
Okay.
But not this one from California.
Okay, that is actually good evidence that the defendant was actually lying about the phone call. That is actually good evidence against him. So if I retire, I will go to Arizona or Florida. I don't know. No, I'll stay over here. Universal health care, people.
Let's see. This is a photograph of Sarah, Alissa, and two of their brothers, Mike and John. If I could make this work properly, you would, this is actually a video showing Alissa and Sarah with this young child and the dog. I had hoped to play it for you just so that you'd get a sense.
Okay, if there's music, I have to mute it. So yes, it's me muting because this music would yeet me immediately.
Alissa. And that was pretty much the way Alissa was all the time. Fun, outgoing, friendly.
I have insurance as well.
This is the home that they were living in. Now, again, as a reminder, these photographs were taken some 7 years after Alissa went missing. As you can see, the carport, there's a front door. Sarah will tell you they didn't use the front door. And the videos that I'm going to show you in a minute will reflect that. Notice in this carport, there's first of all, there's a storage door. But there's also the door to the far left, as you're looking at this photograph, went into the kitchen. And that's the door that they used to enter and exit the home, as opposed to the front door. And that surveillance camera was in this carport. Now, obviously, when police took these photographs some 7 years later, the cameras were no longer in the house. This is the kitchen, and this particular photograph shows you a view. The testimony will be from the kitchen looking down this hallway, which is where the bedrooms were located. Again, a reminder, the pictures on the wall, the furniture that you see belonged to somebody else who was living in this home when these photographs were taken.
So he moved out.
This is a photograph of Alissa with a couple of her girlfriends from school. This is a picture of Alissa's boyfriend, Mr. Lackman. You will notice that necklace around her neck. He had given that to her as I believe as a birthday present. This photograph is related to the prom, high school prom. That necklace around her neck was found in the bedroom along with her cell phone.
Oh, also good circumstantial evidence.
Now, remember I told you that you will hear evidence that there was a troubled relationship between Alissa and the defendant. And one prime example of that is when police searched the house, the defendant's house in 2008, they found this particular document. I've entitled it the contract. And it's probably going to be difficult. You'll see the original at some point on a screen, maybe a little bit easier to read. But when you read this contract, you will note that it is obvious the defendant was having Alissa swear to claim that things that she apparently had been saying about him weren't true. As I told you, statements were made by the defendant at various times to various people. So one of the things that happened was, for whatever reason, ABC News decided to do a show about Alissa. And it was called Primetime then. Mr. Kionis was the moderator. When you'll see his picture here in just a moment. I've taken a couple of clips from this. This was broadcast nationally. Sarah watched it when it was broadcast. Detective Anderson and Detective Summershoe watched it when it was broadcast. Now, keep in mind, the defendant is doing an interview with John Kionis. What you will hear is that on a number of occasions, either Detective Anderson and or Detective Summershoe asked the defendant to talk to them.
Okay, just for we are 2 hours in, which means this is normally when YouTube stops checking what I say or not. So let's swoop, and now we can be more colorful in our commentary.
To come down to the police station for an interview so they could, find out more information to help them find Alissa. And he declined to do so.
They find hours and hours, countless hours of audio tapes and videotapes. Why did you record so much?
Why to record so much? Videos are recorded because I love my family.
Weren't these surveillance cameras in the house?
Those are for my protection of my house. Does that seem
So for
unusual to you?
security.
Yeah, most of it's for security. Why? Because I want to spy on everybody?
Why didn't you hang on to those things that could have proven that you're not to blame? The surveillance video from the day Alissa disappeared. The audio recording of that phone call you
There was
say
nothing
she made.
on the tape. They were told that.
What the defendant is referring to there.
That laugh of his we just heard. Yeah. That gave me Amber Heard vibes. Oh. I'm not good enough in transcribing the Fifth Amendment rights. But if the defense doesn't object, then they don't object.
Whereas he has made statements that he watched the videotape from that day, May 17th, 2001, and there was nothing on it. In other words, nothing what? Showing her going to school? One of the statements that you'll hear the defendant made was that when he picked Alissa up from school early that day, that May 17th, they went and got something to eat. They then went back to the house. They got into an argument. He left. And then when he and Sarah came back, Alissa was gone. The defendant has said, I watched that video and there was nothing on it.
Did you ever do anything sexual with your stepdaughter?
No. Why would I do that? They have no proof whatsoever, anything other than rumors, innuendos, and lies.
If they have no proof, that doesn't mean you didn't do it.
Objection, Your
Well,
Honor. May we approach?
Again, there's only two people that can confirm.
not
what
at
I
this
did.
time.
One is me. and the
Oh,
other is
that was an objection from the defense. Because in that recording, you heard the interviewer say, just because there isn't proof doesn't mean you didn't do it. That is very prejudicial. I'm not entirely sure the judge saying not at this moment is a correct decision. But their objection is on the record at least. Yeah. I'll go back 5 seconds.
And there's only two people that can confirm.
not
what
at
I
this
did.
time.
One is me, and the other is Alissa. Alyssa's not here. I'm sitting
He didn't say overruled or anything. Not at this time. It's not, in my opinion, it's not a proper ruling. This is really strange. That's a strange non-ruling, in my opinion. Let's go back a few seconds.
rumors, innuendos, and lies.
If they have no proof, that doesn't mean you didn't do it.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Again, there's only two people that can confirm.
not
what
at
I
this
did.
time.
One is me, and the other is Alissa. Alyssa's not here, and I'm sitting here. And all I can say till hell freezes over, I didn't do a damn thing to my daughter.
So questions, John Camus asked a question about things that may have happened. That there's no evidence in this case. You will hear no evidence that this defendant did anything to Alissa.
Yeah, but now you put it in the jury's mind. No, I want this guy convicted, much as most of you guys, if he's actually guilty. But I'm not sure if there's no evidence of SA, then it shouldn't have been brought up because it's more prejudicial than probative. And the judge allowed it in. Now I'm getting worried here how this trial will commence.
The evidence is that apparently he has alleged that Alissa claimed that he did. Thus the contract. When you look at the contract, as I told you, he lists a number of things for her to say this never happened. Now, remember I told you that the surveillance camera looked at the carport and a couch. This particular, let me just give you a little preview here. So on this particular day, Mr. Lackman and Alissa they go into the home. Apparently there's an argument that takes place. I believe what Mr. Lackman will tell you is that the defendant told him that Alissa was cheating on him, that she was seeing other guys. An argument ensued. He leaves. You're going to hear some squealing tires. That's his vehicle leaving. You're going to see Alissa come out. You're going to see her throw her cell phone down in apparent anger. You're going to see her come back out, pick up the cell phone and start putting it back together.
And I keep on losing. Well, you could try for.
This particular,
I did not hear much of what was
Me
much
either.
what was said or done, but these recordings are for the jury, not for the audience. But it would have been good to hear what was actually. But I think John Gary has good points here. If all these videos and recordings seem creepy now, think how much more creepy it was in 2001 when hardly anyone had surveillance cameras. Yeah,
Yeah.
which makes it even more weird that there was virtually no investigation in 2001.
Well, and the thing is that she is about my age. I had a cell phone back then. I mean, they were bricks, but I would not have left without him. I wouldn't have
Mm.
left without my stuff. That is the most damning thing to me. And then this
Yeah.
contract of things that never did happen.
Yeah, that's really creepy. And so he erased the day of her disappearance, but he kept the day before and the day after. That's really strange. Circumstantial, but strange. Because
Yeah.
he claims, oh, nothing on it. Well, you had the day before when she went to school and came back. So why did you erase the entire day she disappeared? And then her necklace, her graduation present or birthday present, and her cell phone in her bedroom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's never going to happen.
Mm. I would always want Swedish Gandalf to represent me. I'm contracted by the union, so you have to be unionized in Sweden. and not only unionized in Sweden, you have to be unionized in my specific area. Yeah.
Which is phone chat girls. So, web girls of
Yeah.
the world unite. Go to Sweden.
Yeah, but I've been asked in the chat to unionize the moderators of LawTube, and yeah, I can take that on. You do have to become members and super chat, and I'm almost said do me favors, but I realized that sounded really weird. Oh, yeah. And again, we are doing this is a commentary channel. We will break up with stupid jokes and stuff like that to make it more bearable, because this guy is a creep and it won't get better from here.
Is there a history of him with not Alissa doing questionable things?
I can't find any convictions of him before 2007 for the pipe bomb things. And the
Okay.
prosecutor did say that they have no evidence of SA of his stepdaughter, but just the fact that he said it out loud, yeah, that will make juries connect the dots. The defense did object to it, but the judge said he didn't sustain it, he didn't overrule it, he just said not at this time. That's a weird ruling.
Yeah, I don't want this guy. If he is all the guilty, let us use the circumstantial evidence and get him all the guilty, put him in a cell right next to Daryl Brooks. I mean, but don't use this kind of sneaky, slimy stuff. I don't like it. I don't want to be co-signed onto this as my judicial, system.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Video, there were 2 copies found during that search warrant. One is written on the outside of the packet, the typical cover that covers a VHS tape. May 1st, another one says May 6th. You will not hear evidence as to, we don't know what for certain the date that it occurred, this argument, but it occurred prior, at least several days prior to Alissa being reported as a runaway. This next video focuses on the couch. Alissa is, I don't know whether people use the term making out. And I don't know that you can tell for sure what they were doing, but they're on the couch. A young man named Mike Stanley. And again, these are just clips that I put together for the PowerPoint. So what'll happen is you'll see them on the couch, and then in a minute or two, you will see them leaving. It's obvious, you will see from the tape that it's nighttime. And again, they're leaving through the carport, not the front door, but the door into the kitchen.
Sal, why are you doing this to me? He looks as confident as I do when using tech, though, so. Why couldn't we have let young Top Gun guy do it?
Sal is being weird today. Well, they're apparently not showing these clips to the audience, so we just have to endure.
Now, remember I told you a little earlier that when police searched the residence in 2008, they found literally copies of hundreds of phone calls that had been made over the years. You'll hear about some others of those, but this particular one is rather innocuous. It's apparent the defendant called a workers' union, and this, you'll hear from this just a very small snippet. It's like you call in on that day to see what jobs are available for union members. But what's interesting about this is the date of this recording.
That's a rotary phone.
Calls for Wednesday, November the 6th of 1991 are as follows. 1 journeyman wireman to Bardium Construction, AT&T plant, report after dispatch.
1991. A recorded conversation.
Okay, so he recorded everything from 1991 forward, but he skipped one day.
That's how OCD works, right?
I believe that I've fairly summarized the evidence in this case. The defendant took Alissa out of school early. And you'll hear the evidence you'll hear is that he didn't tell, he told the police, but he didn't tell any of his family members right away that he did. His words are that they got into an argument at the house. There's no video recording of them in the house that day. There's no video recording of them having an argument. There's no video recording of her leaving with her backpack. There's nothing from that day. No recording. There's no recording of that phone call, despite the defendant preserving years, literally years of phone call recordings, literally years of surveillance camera footage, but no Alissa. This defendant was the last person to see her alive. He murdered her. We expect at the conclusion of this case, you will find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Immordino. Ladies and gentlemen, we're pretty close to the lunch hour, so we'll go ahead and break for lunch. I'll ask you to be back in the jury room no later than 1:30 so we can get an on-time start for the afternoon. You can leave your notebook and anything else you'd like on your seat. And please remember the admonition. Jury is now excused.
Okay, skip ahead to the live, and so we can hear when they call. So we were roughly 30 minutes behind, so we just need to fill out. I don't know the Arizona time of sorts, but I'm guessing 45 minutes. Take it away, Mo. No.
Oh, well, okay. Good deal. It sure is hot outside, isn't it? Darn global warming. Actually, I have a rant, but it's not really trial related.
Go ahead. We need to fill this out.
Okay. Greta Gerwig, the woman who did the new Barbie movie, is going to reimagine C.S. Lewis Narnia movies. No. For Netflix. No. Just no. Stop it. Stop it right now.
But
you guys
you have
killed...
the American version and you have the UK version. So which one?
They're rebooting it. They're reimagining it for today's world. So the witch queen will be, you know, simply a poor woman who is trying to dominate in a male dominated field of destruction. And yeah, we're not no. Just stop. Y'all have taken the Goonies, y'all have taken Star Wars, Indiana Jones. Let's see. What else have you guys stolen? Oh, Lord of the Rings. That's gone swimmingly. Stay the hell away from C.S. Lewis. It was like my favorite book series as a kid.
Mm. I
Can we do a cease and desist order, Nicholas? Do lawyerly magic. Tell them to stop.
yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could. So my guess is that they will reimagine Aslan.
Yes.
But I mean,
Look, here's
certain things. I mean, this was C. Carol Lewis' imagination, her books.
CS.
There's
Carol Lewis is
CS.
the
Oh,
Alice in the
CS.
Wonderland.
Yeah, okay, C.S. Lewis. I mean, there's not much to reimagine when it's such an amazing story from the beginning.
Well, and you can't divorce it from its religious undertones. You can't do that. I am sorry. They tried to do it with Lord of the Rings. You have two English deeply religious authors and you want to put all this other stuff in. Write your own stuff. Make like the Chronicles of Phineas and make your own thing.
Yeah, and this is what's troubling, because there are quite a few authors out there who write, let's just call it woke stuff, who are specialized in that area. There is a book series I ordered from what do you call? I'm trying to not be racist, please, by a black author about a genuinely what do you call it, black fantasy science fiction story. But they don't get these big offers, because why do they reimagine classical as anything else when there are that many authors that already write this stuff and are good at it?
Now I have to run Other Daughter, so I will probably hop off because then I'm picking up Other Daughter. It's been a taxi sort of day. Yeah, I'm about done with Hollywood right now.
Yeah, this is Hollywood not being able to trust what they believe is their core audience, or whatever audience they are searching for, with stories that are actually written for them, and that's troubling. So they reimagine.
I will see you all later.
Yeah.
Sorry
I'll
I
see you later.
started this. I just I saw that this morning and I was like, oh, for the love of, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No. But I'll go back to reading a bit.
I'll be listening.
Yeah. Let's see here. I will share that instead and go here, so we can read a bit more about this case. How a Phoenix podcast host used TikTok to advocate for a missing sister. This is 2020. This is before his arrest. It was May 17th, 2001, and Alissa Turney was missing. It was the 17-year-old's last day of school at Paradise Valley High School in North Phoenix, but she never came home. There was only a note and an unanswered question. For nearly 20 years, Alissa's younger sister, Sarah Turney, searched for answers, and last week she got them. On August 20th, Alyssa's stepfather and Sarah's father, Michael Turney, was arrested on second-degree murder charge related to Alyssa's disappearance. Yeah, so Sarah's podcast and TikToks, that was, I believe, started in 2017 or 2018, which coincides with with her father and Alyssa's stepfather's release from prison. And she says, "I'm shaking and I'm crying. We did it, you guys. He's been arrested." Sarah tweeted last week. That was 2020. "Never give up hope that you can get justice. It took almost 20 years, but we did it." Now, an arrest does not mean a conviction. There are very, very many unanswered questions in this. I'm just putting it out there. This is unfortunately, it's a weak case because law enforcement failed Alissa completely. In my opinion, there was plenty of evidence in 2001 to make a thorough investigation. But they believed Michael on his word. Oh, she ran away. She took her bag, left her phone and a necklace, and took off to California. I got a phone call from California. All they had to do was subpoena his phone records, and they could have investigated this thoroughly already in 2001. Now, I know there are missing kids every day, but she was 17 years old, still, according to law, a minor. They should have investigated it. But they didn't. And here we are 20 years later with a much weaker case than was necessary. Now, I'm afraid that this court, this trial, won't give Sarah justice or Alissa justice. Because even though I liked the prosecution's opening statement, it didn't contain much of evidence. You have her backpack, her cell phone was left behind. Her gifted necklace was left behind. He was the last person who saw her. Apparently, through his phone recordings and video recordings, just went up until the day of her disappearance, nothing on the day of her disappearance, and then continued after her. That is very damning. It's very damning. But is it enough for a conviction? Maybe. You have the allegations of SA, but as the prosecution said, there's no evidence. You have Sarah's story. You have that really creepy contract. But is it enough? I'm not sure, because this is just the opening statement. This is where the prosecution can enhance what's coming in their case in chief. And it's not very convincing to me that these things alone can convict someone for murder. I hope there's more. I really do. I hope there's more to this. More damning evidence. More damning circumstantial evidence. I'm hoping for it. But if this is the entirety of the prosecution's case, I don't see where I, personally, because of due process evidence evaluation, can reach beyond reasonable doubt. Because we have an entire day missing of Alissa Turney's life. And that is really, really hard when there's empty. Now, can we get there by this contract, what it contains? Sarah's testimony, her friend's testimony, maybe. But it's really hard for me to get around to it. But let's continue to read from this new story. Sarah, who was 12 in 2001, was with Michael the day they found Alyssa's normally organized room in disarray, along with a note that read, "Dad and Sarah, when you dropped me off at school today, I decided I really am going to California. Sarah, you said you really wanted me gone. Now you have it. Dad, I took $300 for you. That's why I saved my money." I hope they kept that note, or somebody kept that note. Now, we don't know, maybe through testimony, did she really called Michael Dad or not? If that is unusual. When you dropped me off at school today, I decided I'm really going to California. Weird sentence for me. Weird sentence. Because she was meeting up with her boyfriend in school after school. She should have been meeting up with him. She not contacting him is weird. This might be true. We heard that a bit in the prosecution's opening statement, that Sarah didn't appreciate Alissa until later. So it might be that her it might be true. But, and Dad, I took $300 from you. That's why I saved my money. It sounds too convenient. But is it a handwritten note? Did they keep the note? I don't know. Let's see here. This wasn't immediately suspicious. Alissa had an aunt in California and had talked about wanting to go live with her because she didn't get along with Michael, who legally adopted Lisa after the girl's mother, Barbara Stram, died of cancer 9 years prior. So she was 8 years old when she was adopted. Michael, who worked as a deputy sheriff for the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in the 70s, called police that night anyway and reported Alissa as a runaway. Okay. This means that, now we might have the answer to why Maricopa County Sheriff's Office did not investigate. He was one of their own. Oh, this is infuriating. Can it be used as circumstantial evidence against? Yeah, but then you incriminate the police for doing a crap job. And that he called the police that night. Yeah, that would also mean that he had some 6 to 8 hours to clean up. But then again, we don't know if the police ever bothered to show up at the house. Yeah, that's a real issue. That's a real issue, in my opinion. Let's continue here. Immediately, Sarah began looking for her sister. At 12? Oh, I started a website for Alissa like a week or so after she was gone, Sarah said in an interview that took place before Michael Turney's arrest. So it's been up for a super long time. The website asked for leads and tips that could help find Alissa. Good for you, Sarah. In the subsequent years, as the police investigation started to turn cold, I'm saying it was quite cold from the get-go. They didn't bother, in my opinion. Law enforcement told Sarah to create a media presence to help keep the case alive. Well, that's good. She made Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter accounts with the username Justice for Alissa. She reached out to the media and true crime enthusiasts to spread the word and was able to get a good amount of attention on the case. She even spent a year to raise money and put up a billboard along Interstate 17 near 19th Avenue. So she's been going on for a good while. That's a good sister. Sarah started a podcast in September 2019 called Voices for Justice. We'll see if I can get that. In which she presented information not commonly known by the public or the true crime community, and told the full story surrounding her sister's disappearance based on the information she had. That can be interesting. I was really encouraged by the true crime community to start a podcast, she said. It was kind like my last-ditch effort to get the case to move forward. To prepare, Sarah wanted to gather all the information the police had on her sister's disappearance. She went to the Phoenix Police Department with a request for the records and received nearly 3,000 pages of publicly released notes and case documents. Okay, so she did the cops' work for them. Once I got all the case files, I realized that the story has never been told in full. There is so much that nobody ever knew, Sarah said. I think I went through all 3,000 pages in 6 weeks. I found so much in the files that I never knew, and I learned so much that I would never expected to find in there. Then came TikTok. Sarah joined the app to help pass the time during quarantine, but it quickly became much more than that. I was sitting up late at night, worried about the world, and needed some type of distraction. So I downloaded the app, she said. I started thinking, maybe this is Alissa's opportunity. She began to advocate for her sister's case on the app. In the short time Sarah has been on TikTok, the end of April to be exact, she had gained over 10 million likes on her videos. Good girl. Good girl. TikTok blew up like crazy, she said. I have like 10 to 20,000 followers on my other platforms, but on TikTok, I just hit 800,000 followers. I'm impressed. At the time, what would she have been? She was 12 in 2001, plus 16 years. So he's 26, 27. Yeah. Her posts include videos Michael Turney took of Alissa before she went missing, clips of interviews with friends and family about Alissa's disappearance, and information people may not have known before. This is also a bit dangerous when it comes to trial. How much of that will not be in trial? How much information has been getting to the public that will not be admitted into trial? I don't know. We will probably find out. We will probably find out. Let's see if we will find out eventually. Let's go back to boom. In her first post to the platform, Sarah sits in her office and says, "It's not easy being the disappointment of the family, but somebody had to do it." So here the FIM, the text on the video reads, when your dad ended your sister and your family hates you for fighting for his prosecution. Oh, really? So the family, the rest of the family does not think he is responsible. Okay. In another video, her back is turned to the camera as she bobs to the sign by Ace of Base. Ace of Base is a Swedish band from the 90s. And I don't listen to them because one of the members is allegedly a full-blown National Socialist, allegedly. Then twirls around in a chair at the verse, I got a new life, you would hardly recognize me. With the on-screen text, when police say your only hope of getting your... Can't say that, not even after 2 hours. Tried for your sister's murder is media exposure, but you have crippling social anxiety. It's so incredibly embarrassing, but so incredibly effective, Sarah said. I'm just trying to use those TikTok algorithms to spread the word. I take a popular concept or sound and try to apply it to Alissa's case. That's very good. Here's the thing, that these allegations that she put out there might not be entered into evidence. Just saying that. They are not back to court, so let's continue. Alyssa's disappearance was thrust back into the spotlight in 2006 when a man named Thomas Heimer, serving time in a prison in Florida for murder, wrote a letter to police confessing to Alyssa's murder. Really? Though the police investigation determined the confession to be a hoax, there were pieces of information and details that made people realize this wasn't a runaway case. They should have done that in 2006 and in 2001 instead of 2006, if they weren't so fucking busy protecting their own. Police then began to look at Michael Turney in 2008, who had said he picked Alissa up from school the day she disappeared. Michael was arrested in 2008 after police searched his house and found 26 pipe bombs, a manifesto, and hours upon hours of audio recordings and home videos of him stalking Alissa right up until she disappeared. This is a news report, a reporter saying this. We don't know if... Yeah. We already know that a few of these things does not enter into evidence, but they can be revealed through testimony. We will see. We will see. In one video, a younger Sarah is holding a videotape recording Alissa and Michael, and in the background, Alissa can be heard saying, "That's a pervert." Police also found contracts Michael allegedly made Alissa sign that stated she had never been essayed or by Michael. That's really creepy. That's insanely creepy. Having a contract that says he did not do this and that. Because I agree with some of you in the chat there that that probably means he did. And that is disturbing because that might mean that after Alissa's mother passed away, he parentified Alissa. And yeah, made her do things. But it's hard. Can it be entered into evidence? Well, the contract will be entered into evidence, and then probably the prosecution will ask the jury to connect the dots. Now, do I believe so far that the evidence presented by the prosecution in their opening statement will convince me beyond a reasonable doubt? Not me, but I'm trained as an evidence evaluator. And but the jury can connect the dots and can find a conviction. but we never know. Yeah. Let's continue because they're not back into court just yet. Michael went to prison in 2010 for 10 years for pipe bombs, but not Alissa's disappearance. Though police had reached out to interview Michael on several occasions about Alissa's disappearance, he declined. So no probable cause affidavit that made him available by subpoena. So he was able to decline an interview. Okay. So at that time, they believed they didn't have enough evidence. So what has happened since then that makes them believe they have enough evidence today? This was in 2010, so we are 13 years later. What did they actually find now in the past 3 or 4 years that didn't exist in 2010? That's sadly, that might be the media spotlight. That they felt they had to prosecute, or they simply took in new people. Please check this and see what you find, because the cops 20 years ago might have been colleagues of him. The new cops was not colleagues of him. So they could look at it with a fresh eye, unbiased, and they might have found evidence that the previous investigators ignored. And that's really infuriating, because had they done their job in 2001, this could have been solved. I think in 2010 he went to prison for explosives. Yes, he went to prison for that. For sentenced to 10 years, served 7. And since then, Sarah has been recording their calls. Okay, that's good. Is Arizona a one-party state? Yes, Arizona is a one-party consent state, so they might be allowed in as evidence. Okay, Salvador, yes, it's a one-party state. That's good. That's good. So that those might be entered into evidence and might be, but they weren't referred to in the state's opening statement. We'll see. Phoenix submitted Alissa's case to the prosecutor's office for charges against Michael Turney back in June of 20. When is this article? (2020). Okay. On August 19, a grand jury indicted him on 1 count of second-degree murder, a Class 1 felony for the death of Alissa. Turney was arrested the next day. The department has declined to say what evidence prompted the arrest. Yeah, grand juries are only subjected for the evidence that the prosecution chooses to tell them. So we don't know. We don't know. Stream snipers incoming soon, maybe, says Tweety. Yeah, hopefully. Because after lunch, it will be the defense opening statement. And that will be interesting to see if they just go by evaluate the evidence. Because I have covered a trial that was a 32-second defense opening statement by a public defender dressed as a homeless man who nodded off during the prosecution's opening statement. David, in the trial he's covering now, they had a defense opening statement for 3 minutes and 16 seconds, which was more or less, don't try our guy, please. And remarkably bad. And if you wonder about the 32-second opening statement, I have it as a video. It's about 2 months back, I think. And it's called World's Shortest Opening Statement. Yeah. You could see him nod off during the prosecution's opening statement. And then he went up and for 32 seconds he said, please evaluate the evidence, and once you are submitted to it, you will please come back with a not guilty verdict. And then he sat down again. It was infuriating. Now, this was the Wisconsin versus Allen Brown. And it was he had 7 counts against him: fleeing an officer, resisting arrest, firing of a weapon, and shooting a dog. And I found but in that trial, I found that their video expert slowed the video down to submit to the jury this was the event. When I took that slowed down and slowed it down further, I at least found one instance of, you could see a ricochet from a cop firing a gun, which was in line with the police dog. So you could at least argue it was friendly fire. But the defense never did it. Was Mr. Allen probably guilty of it? Probably. But as a defense, you have to argue the few points you have. And this defense attorney chose not to. During the entirety of the trial, he objected 3 times. They called no evidence. They had no case in chief whatsoever. They went directly from the state's case in chief to closing arguments. And yeah, but if you wonder who Allen Brown is, he is the one that shot up a bunch of people in Illinois. So he will be going to trial in Illinois after his trial here, or his sentencing here is done, because the sentencing hearing was postponed because he stopped taking his medication and was completely unruly, which tells me that there is possibility of an insanity defense there. When it goes to trial in Illinois, don't know when. I will cover it, but that might be a year or 2 away. You don't know. Yes, the dog survived. So somebody, probably him, shot the police dog in the head, and the dog survived. The second that played the body cam of the cop driving to the hospital with his dog screaming obscenities and crying, Mr. Allen was done. Yeah. And they showed the dog in court. And technically, that shouldn't have been allowed, because it's more prejudicial than probative. Having the dog show up in court, sitting down in front of the jury, wagging his tail. Yeah. So yeah, Mr. Allen was done. But everything I've seen since then, Mr. Allen is a deeply troubled guy with severe mental illness. So who knows? Dog according to Wisconsin rules, I believe I don't know if I don't think they are considered an officer. I believe they are considered a work tool of sorts. I believe. So, yeah. So we will see what happens to Mr. Allen, because I also streamed the sentencing hearing that was postponed by at least 30 days. I don't know the rules of Wisconsin, but if he is considered an officer, then yes, he should be allowed in court. Yeah, but Mr. Allen is a deeply, deeply mentally ill person who, by all accounts, went off his medications and then went off the rails, shot up a bunch of people, fled to Wisconsin, and then tried to shoot cops. And yeah, we will see what happens with that. I have it written down. So anytime I can find an update, I will do an update of sorts. And they are still not back. Let's continue here. As county attorney, this is the work that matters. It is why I became a prosecutor, Maricopa County Attorney Alistair Adele said in a press release. She is not the prosecutor in this case. Seeking justice for victims of crime and their families will always be job one for this office. Being a voice for those who can no longer speak for themselves guides this office every single day as we seek to do the right thing for the right reasons. She's a politician, more or less. I read into this statement because if it took you 22 years to get there, then somebody did not do their job 22 years ago. But it's a good statement. It's a good statement, but a very political statement, in my opinion. Adele later said in a press conference that the arrest is overwhelming, but in a good way. This family has longed for her and to have answers for so long, and the Phoenix Police Department worked tirelessly. Really? Really? Tirelessly? In 2001, when he called her in as disappeared, with a phone still in the bedroom, with a bedroom in disarray, her necklace on the bed. Dad picked her up from school early. Her boyfriend was expecting to see her. Did the police really work tirelessly? I would argue no. Not until Sarah put the spotlight on them. All of a sudden, somebody put a fire on their asses. And yeah. Sarah responded quickly afterward on Twitter with an update episode of the Voices for Justice podcast. In a 2-minute message, she tearfully thanked her podcast fans and listeners. Without you guys, this would never happen, she said, her voice breaking. Thank you for being my family, and thank you for caring about Alissa as much as I do. This process has been absolute hell. I never wanted to get on media. I never wanted to make my own podcast, but we did it. You guys. You see here, she didn't thank the police. Oh, sorry. She didn't thank the police. Alissa's mother passed away of cancer 9 years prior to this event. So she was 8 years old when her mother passed. And then Michael adopted her after the mother passed away. Let's see here. For updates, here the journey Sarah went on in bringing justice. Visit the Voices for Justice website. Let's see here. Okay, that's about it from that. Let's see if I can find some more because they are not back yet. If I can find a bit more to report about this case. There should be a bit more at least. Let's see here, news. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. There's a bit about the jury selection. Let's talk a bit more about from ASU News. So let's see what New College alumni Alissa Turney finds her calling as a true crime podcaster. This is from 2022. I'm just going to read stuff until we wait for the trial to resume. I hope you don't mind. It's interesting that Sarah used to have a website defending her father, but later became convinced he murdered Alissa. Must have been really hard to admit she was wrong about him. Oh, that was interesting. I did not know that. Thank you, John. Me and John disagree a lot of times, but that's why I like having him here. He challenges my opinions. I call him a bunch of names. He can call me whatever he wants, as long as he comes back and challenges me. I think that's a good thing. Because I don't want to be, what do you call it? What do you call it? Crime tuber who only poses for their audience, and if the audience wants blood, they give them blood. I don't do that. That might be why I don't have the audience some of them have, but I don't care. I want to be able to be challenged. Sometimes I might disagree with a lot of you. Sometimes I will agree with a lot of you. But I hope that is why you watch this show and why you come back. And hopefully you can spread the word if you have a social media account that you think can help me reach out to more people. Don't be afraid to share this stream so more find a trained person educating you and me through this trial, instead of just sitting there and agreeing with everything. That's not me. Now, in the end of this trial, who knows? I might disagree completely with the prosecution. I might agree completely with the prosecution, or I will be somewhere in between. I don't know yet, because I have to follow the evidence. Oh, thank you. K9 officer. Oh, let's see here. Thank you, Gigi. As I said, if you go into my channel, it says where laymen and pros educate each other on law. And Gigi just did that. There. Federal law now protects canine cops. Let's read this. From ABC News. August 9th, 2000, for those tempted to punch a horse during a demonstration or kick a narcotics dog sniffing at your bag. The US government has a new message. Keep your paws off or you will go to jail. Harming these four-legged law agents is now a federal offense. Okay. Under the Federal Law Enforcement Animal Protection Act, which went into effect this week. What date is this? What date is this? Oh, I don't like when pages don't add dates to their... Well, of course, this is an article from August 9, 2000. I don't know if something has happened since then, but I'm sure the chat will inform me if it has. Under the Federal Law Enforcement Animal Protection Act, which went into effect this week, anyone convicted of purposely assaulting, maiming, or killing federal law enforcement animals, such as police dogs and horses, could be fined at least $1,000 and spend up to 10 years in prison. Previously, the animals were covered by a variety of state rather than federal laws. Okay, sorry, I have to... United States Police Canine Association and the Humane Society believe the new law will not only provide more protection for the animals, but also deter criminals, particularly in drug stings from targeting canines. And as Russell Hess, the executive director of the US Police Canine Association, notes, the new law recognizes that law enforcement animals are more than just a piece of police equipment and property. The stronger punishment recognizes the animals as partners who are evaluated by human officers. If it protects the animal, then that's great, but if it doesn't, then at least now the punishment will be more in line with the violation, said Hess. We're hoping that once people hear about the new law and the punishment they will face, that they will be deterred from hurting a federal law enforcement animal. Before, the animals were classified as a piece of equipment like a computer or a police car. Well, the law recognizes that an animal is not like a computer and it's a living thing that has to be taken care of. Though the animal is not a person, the bond with the human officer is still there. Okay. Now, I also know that I think Steve Leto covered this, that there is a challenge towards especially narcotic dogs, if they are actually finding what they claim, like sniffing out narcotics, or if it is by direction from the handler. For instance, I believe the case was a dog marking for narcotics in a car. So they turned the car inside out and found nothing. Then the dog handler's body cam appeared. And through that, the defense of this man could argue successfully towards the court that it was by handler's markings that the dog sat down and marked for narcotics. We'll update you if I find anything different. Maybe I should stream snipe David back so we watch each other. Now let's get back to Sarah. They are still not back. So let's talk more about Sarah. I do my best to keep you entertained until court comes back. This is tiring. I don't normally talk this much. I'm normally, my girlfriend calls me more or less a hermit, because if I don't have to leave the farm, I don't. That's just it. But she convinces me sometimes I need to help her with stuff and go on trips and stuff like that. And yeah, that's very entertaining. Her ways of bribing me is very successful. It contains food and nudity. Yeah, I mean, I can't say no to that. Ah, so yeah, she's very good at bribing me. Yeah. Yeah, so she takes me shopping for stuff, and then if I go to her to a shopping mall acting as a packing mule, she has to go with me to the hardware store and act interested. So yeah, we have a good cooperation of things. So but yeah, Sarah, yes. Let's see here. From November 16th, 2022. If you turn on any streaming service or visit any bookstore, you will undoubtedly come across dozens of true crime TV shows, movies, podcasts, and books. I don't watch that stuff. Not for $10, and I have work tomorrow. If you want me to drink today, you have to make it worthwhile. That's just it. Thank you for your $10 super chat. And yeah, you're saying if you want, then I have to take the morning off tomorrow, and then you have to make it worthwhile for me to start drinking today. Thank you so much, David. Wankshaftbury, I'm the same usually. Don't bother me. Yeah, more or less. I just say I can. Allegedly, not at work, because I have to drive somewhere most of the time. Yeah, so no drinking for me. And it's 11:15 here in Sweden. Normally, I'm at work at 7:30. So if you want, if you want me to, well, then again, we have the whole afternoon of trial, and if I get wasted, that's not good for at least a part of the people who watch this. Just saying. But I will try to entertain you. Hello, Farrell! Entertain us, Nick. David's trial is boring AF. Yeah, I know. Jajamän, jag är svensk. I'm guessing that Cindy Wiklund is Swedish. Yes, Cindy, I am Swedish. Where was I? Either talking about Sarah, well, but about me being a recluse or basically a hermit. I was I had, what do you call it, my expectations of the rest of my life being, I work, I have the farm, go on dates, and be a recluse, and then eventually retire to the cottage up north and just live out, being perfectly happy being a bachelor. Then somebody leaned on my fence and said hi. And yeah, she's a few years older than me, so it's more or less baby snatching. But yeah, she had other opinions about me being a hermit, so no recluse spider. No. Oh yes, she cougar. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, she had other plans for me being a bachelor for the rest of my life, and here we are a number of years later, and yeah, doing fine. Back to the trial. Please get on with the trial. But yeah, Sarah, let's go back to this. As the true crime genre continues to grow in popularity, the question of ethicality has risen to surface. Does this content do more harm than good? Many are now taking a critical eye to the true crime content they consume, with an emphasis of advocacy and departure from sensationalism. Well, I'm not sure the departure really happened. This case, the true crime community did good. But in general, you have a bunch of crime tubers who went from talking about older cases where the accused was convicted and the crimes like serial killers and bombers and really nasty people. But sooner or later, you run out of these cases, and I think that they then went into the area of streaming trials. And what happens when people who are not educated in law goes into streaming trials is that they go by gut feeling. That's not generally a bad idea, but also not a good foundation, because, for instance, yesterday you heard Legal Vices, Jeff, if it was yesterday or the day before, and Eric Hunley, body language analyst, watched a crime tuber of sorts, Dr. G. And Dr. G claimed, Dr. G, we found out, he is a licensed practicing psychologist. And in his videos, he is, let's just bring
Hey,
Ali.
how you doing?
Oh, your sound is bad.
Is it?
Yeah, there's some
What-
really
one
nasty
sec.
background noise. Yeah, Dr. G, where he actively, he actively, as a psychologist, he violated the Goldwater rule, that you are not supposed to diagnose somebody you don't treat. And his videos are filled with him diagnosing people in trials. Now, the Goldwater rule is a rule that came forward after Barry Goldwater was running for office as president way back when. And the opposing side hired psychologists to more or less diagnose him as a complete nutcase with severe mental illness. Yeah, it's still there.
Really?
It's a squealing noise in the background. And that's why the Goldwater rule came forward as you are not allowed to diagnose people you don't treat. So this Dr. G is violating that rule. He is an active treating psychologist. But since he started doing this diagnosis on his videos, his viewer count has skyrocketed. So you keep doing it. And that's a total grift, in my opinion. And that's dangerous because he has a large audience doing this. And that creates harm. Because he's a trained psychologist. People listen to him. He's an authority. And in my opinion, he's as close to an active fraud as you can get without actually being prosecuted for it, in my opinion. And if he sees this, you're welcome to my show. Or go on Jeff's show. Let's see how he handles Jeff or me. That will be interesting. But we were talking about until Sal gets his microphone up in order. Let's continue with this. One podcast host who is leading the charge in ethical true crime is Alissa Turney, an Arizona State University alumni who graduated from the New College of Interdisciplinary Arts and Sciences with a bachelor's degree in English in 2012. Although Turney didn't initially set out to become a podcaster after graduation, it was a personal experience as the sister of a missing teenager that changed her trajectory. Turney's sister Alissa went missing in 2001 at 17 years old. Nearly 2 decades later, the case had gone cold. It was cold the day after she went missing because the cops didn't do their work. And Turney was determined to find justice for her sister. Of course he did, because he's chicken, you coward. Here's the thing, and this has been said before about when we were a lot of law tubers who followed the Zachariah Anderson trial. And when he was convicted, I don't believe any one of us believed Zachariah Anderson was guilty. Not one. The evidence was nowhere near. Crime tubers, on the other hand, went bananas and, oh, the evidence is so overwhelming, oh, this, oh, that, blah, blah, blah. When 20 or more lawyers from all around the world, every possible speciality goes, this ain't right. Because lawyers are a bit like liberals. If there's more than one in a room, you have different opinions. You have 20 or 30 active lawyers of different specialities all saying, this ain't right. Then you know something is seriously wrong. I have made a few videos on it. One of them, you know what? I'll see if I can actually play it while we wait for... Let's see if I can find it. Dun, dun, dun. Was it a stream? Let's go find it. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Yeah, it was a video. Let's see if I can. There. And I will play it for you instead of me talking about it. Yeah, that's me. And up there. A few days ago, on a Facebook group on the behalf of Zachariah Anderson, someone had noticed something. In the crime scene photographs of Mr. Guterres' apartment, there's yet another exculpatory evidence shown. Now, I understand why most people missed it, but cops there should have noticed. Because it's not just it's in the pictures. They've been moving around there. They should have noticed. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Now, it's not immediate shown, but let me show you a closer up. That is an aroma diffuser.
Hey.
This picture is taken around noon to 1 o'clock on the 19th. According to the prosecution, Mr. Guterres was killed the 17th, 10 p.m. That is roughly 40 hours before this picture was taken. And this aroma diffuser is still on. As you can see, there's still steam pouring from that aroma diffuser. Now, there could be different reasons that it's still working. It might be maybe on a timer. Maybe we don't know. We know now it was not on a timer. That specific aroma diffuser can't be on a timer.
Wow.
And that's the problem. We don't know because it wasn't investigated. But what we do know is 40 hours after Mr. Guterres, according to the prosecution, was killed and what convicted Mr. Anderson, this was still ongoing to the degree it was still pouring out steam. And that is impossible. I've been checking around after similar models of this aroma therapy wooden electric thingy. And the biggest ones is roughly 18 to 24 hours before they are depleted. This is 40 hours later, and it is still steaming.
Wow.
Now, on top of this, you still have the DNA on the items in the freezer that was tested and to an unknown. That should be exculpatory, because that means someone else than Mr. Guterres handled that item. That DNA was not Mr. Anderson's. Not only was it hard to exclude Mr. Anderson, none of the alleles in the DNA profile matched Mr. Anderson. It is impossible for it to have been Mr. Anderson. On top of that, Mr. Anderson, of course, nothing of the tested items in Mr. Guterres' apartment showed Mr. Anderson's DNA. And then you have the beer bottle and water bottle. Both were swiped, but only one was tested. It showed that Mr. Guterres drank from the beer. but they never tested the water bottle. Wait, there's more. Directly when the cops went around asking, a neighbor said they heard arguing in Mr. Guterres' apartment on the 18th. That witness 2 years later changed her mind after a phone call with the district attorney Gravely,
Of course.
which is also interesting in this case, that a lot of people seem to change their testimony after one or more calls with Mr. District Attorney Gravely. But wait, there's more. Another witness said, an anonymous witness, sadly, said that on the 18th, they spotted a dark-haired woman on Mr. Guterres' patio. All of this. And now on top of that, a working aroma diffuser. How can there still be people out there that believe Zachariah Anderson was guilty? What are your arguments? Is it the so-called DNA evidence that Mr. Guterres' DNA was found in Zachariah Anderson's vehicle? As I showed with attorney Steve Gosney on my stream about strong versus weak DNA evidence, the state's expert, how she presented this so-called evidence is so far off the prosecution's handbook, it's ridiculous. You need to specify how you picked it up, the sample, with what method you tested, and then you present the percentage of what is the probability that this is someone else than, for instance, Mr. Guterres. We've seen in other cases, 1 in a quadrillion chance it's someone else than that person. 1 in a multiple billions that it's someone else. The expert's testimony was they could identify a single source male. She testified, and look this up, she testified it was her opinion that the DNA was Mr. Guterres. That is shady. And if that is all you're hanging your belief that Mr. Anderson did this crime, then I pray to whatever entity you pray to that you will never be in a jury, because you will harm innocent people. Free Zachariah Anderson. Yep.
Very good.
Yeah, and no, we don't. Whoops, there.
Yeah.
I won't show the actual stream. I put the link to that stream with Steve Gosney.
Okay.
In that stream, I fooled Mr. Gosney because I told him I'm doing a stream comparing weak DNA evidence with strong DNA evidence. He did not know that I was going to show the Zachariah Anderson case. But I compared it with the DNA expert from the Letitia Stout trial, which was by the books. And that was what Steve Gosney said. And for those of you who doesn't know who Steve Gosney is, he is one of few in Florida that can handle death penalty cases appeals.
Yeah.
He is highly trained in this. If LawTube was going by competence, Mr. Gosney would
Yes.
be the biggest channel of them all.
Yeah. He knows everything
And
about everything, literally.
yeah, and his reaction to that testimony was, wait, go back. And then he explained how DNA evidence is supposed to be presented, everything involved. And then he put me in touch with a DNA expert,
Interesting.
a proper DNA expert.
Yeah.
And now, and this is why I prompt you to donate to the Zachariah Anderson Defense Fund. Because getting these experts to testify on your behalf is not cheap,
No.
sadly. I wish she was around during this trial, because this DNA expert, would have crushed the prosecution's so-called DNA
I wish
evidence.
because they didn't have a DNA expert, did they? The defense.
No, and that's the thing with when you have now, his defense did as much as they could do,
Sure.
but everything for a defense cost money.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the funds for it, and the state may or may not have refused the additional funds needed.
Well, I think
Then
it was a private attorney he had.
Yeah, he had a
So
private
I don't think
attorney,
they
but-
would have even paid for any of it.
Mm.
Unless you're declared indigent.
Yeah, and that's the risk you take.
Yeah.
But yeah, and they're still not back
Oh, thanks, Sewell.
on. Yeah, so we have to keep people entertained. Yeah,
Yes.
but yesterday we passed 25,000, or the day before, whatever day.
I think it was 2 days ago.
2 days
I don't
ago,
know.
they
I
passed
think it was Wednesday.
25,000. But we have to acknowledge that an appeal is a few years away before they can bring it up to the appellate court. And we are talking about maybe up towards $250,000 that it will cost.
Yeah. Definitely.
And they got 25,000.
I mean, he already
Yeah.
spent 100,000 at least on the trial.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
So the Anderson family might just sadly go bankrupt trying to. And that's
Find
one
it.
thing that I believe that the European or the Swedish system is better, because in Sweden, the court pays the lawyers. You get
Really?
appointed a lawyer, or you can ask for a lawyer. And the lawyers then get experts, they get things, they get an investigator, and then they submit the bills to the court, who then says yes or no to the entirety of the bill. That is because it has to be a level playing field.
Yeah.
If the prosecution has spent $2.5 million on prosecuting a person, the least the state can do is providing sufficient defense.
Yeah. Well, like the OJ, I think prosecution was 10 million they spent.
Yeah.
And OJ only, I mean, he spent 5 million.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like they spent all this money. He deserves a defense, whether or not you think he's guilty.
Yeah. And sometime I will do this in a separate stream. Why does defense expert cost that much money? Well, first of all, the prosecution has entire departments of experts paid, salaried. To counter them, there are not many experts that are competent enough in their specific fields.
Yeah.
That goes around.
I was just thinking the Kim Potter expert for the prosecutor. The guy had been a lawyer for like a cop for 5 years. One of them was on the street.
Yeah. And this is another trial case I am covering. It's the Young Thug Rico trial. This has been ongoing for a year, and it's still not ready for trial.
No.
And the defense attorneys, well, first of all, there were originally 28 defendants. They all needed attorneys, of course, but since the public defender's office, they can't defend all of them because conflict of interest. So they had to go outside to private practicing attorneys. And they decided, the state, that these defense attorneys would only get paid $15,000. Now, $15,000 is a sum. It's money, but it has been going on for a year, and the trial will, once it starts, it's at least 6 months of trial.
Every day in court, preparing the night before.
Yeah.
No other cases you can be focused on.
Yeah. And they still will only get paid the original $15,000. That's not a level playing field, in my opinion. And to this day, there are still 4 or 5 defendants who still not have representation and is still in jail without a bond hearing. Yeah, it's yeah. And at that time, I don't really care if these people, the Young Thug YSL gang, is guilty or not.
Yeah.
The state is cheating.
That is just criminal.
Yeah.
By the state.
Oh, yeah. Oh, please, can the trial
It's still
please
not back.
commence?
Good
Still
Lord.
not back.
Even
Yeah, and I'm
worse
trying
schedule.
to get. Yeah, I'm trying hard to have people entertained, but I'm losing viewers by the minute, and I understand why. I understand why. I'm trying.
It's hard to keep people entertained by yourself.
Yeah. What if any can I do to entertain you? Keep us entertained. But let's go back to Sarah.
Yes.
Yeah. Where were we? Although Tony didn't initially set out to become a podcaster after graduation, it was a personal experience as the sister of a missing teenager that changed her trajectory. Tony's sister Alissa went missing in 2001 at 17 years old. Nearly 2 decades later, the case had gone cold, and Tony was determined to find justice for her sister. At a certain point in her investigation, the police told me that my best course of action was to help her was to get media attention, and I went all in. This caused a lot of problems with my career. When I was told to get media attention, I was working at a non-profit in events and fundraising. My boss expressed concern that my fight for my sister would impact my career, so I left my position. Whatever that non-profit organization is, can go fuck itself.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's.
Yeah.
Well, it's over 2 hours. Yeah, that's fucking messed up.
Yeah, that's messed up. That's really messed. How can it be impactful for a non-profit organization to have a person fighting for her sister? Yeah. GD is trying to help us. What did you all think about the opening statement for the prosecution? Did you listen to this?
I missed the first few minutes. Kind of low energy.
You didn't miss much. It was
Yeah.
mostly procedural.
Yeah, it didn't really have a lot of fire. I don't know about what you think.
I found him easy to listen to, but I'm used to boring people in my line of work. I was lacking because, as I said previously, the opening statement is for telling a story.
Yeah.
And also to enhance the evidence that will be shown. I didn't get the notion that the case is very strong. But
Yeah.
then again, the cops and the prosecution waited 22 years. Well,
Yeah.
2017, they got the
19
thumbs out
years.
of their asses and started to do anything. And most of any evidence is gone that should have been collected in 2001.
Yeah.
But since Mr. Turney, Michael Turney, apparently was a former cop who called it in that his stepdaughter was missing, the cops choose to screw her. She's
Yeah.
a runaway kid.
Which they do all too often.
Yeah.
Like if you say a 16 or 17-year-old girl is missing, they'll just assume she's a runaway.
Yeah. And that's
it's
very sad. That's very sad. Donna 1804. I'm no lawyer, but the prosecution cast shade at the defendant not talking to police seems wrong to me. Yeah, I kind of agree. It was statement out of court, and it changes the focus from the prosecution to the defense. So yes, I agree with that. GD seems very thin to me, but we haven't heard anything yet. Yes, we are waiting for the prosecution's case in chief. But again, the opening statement is there to tell a story, to connect the dots, to enhance what's coming. And John Gary says, I think it could have been a bit shorter and really focus on his creepy stalking behavior. The contract and how the only video he didn't say was from the day she disappeared. I agree. That should have been the main focus.
Yeah.
So, Salvador, I'll see here. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mike.
Oh.
Thank you, Gigi.
I will bring it down a bit.
Okay.
And see if it's better now. Let's go back. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They should have focused on the strongest bits and walked around that more. Not walked around, but presented it more instead of the other circumstances. Because if you focus on the strong bits, then you can add to the strong bits than in your case in chief. For instance, if he has chosen to say, this is what the focus is, the stalking behavior, this very strange contract, he notoriously kept all recordings from 1991 up to this day, but not that day. And then said something of the sort of this and much more is what we will present to you, and we believe will will get you beyond reasonable doubt, because then you have the jury expecting more. Now, I'm not so sure they can expect more. What do you think?
Yeah, it's all circumstantial so far. I mean, they seem to have evidence they haven't released, but after 19 years, it's kind of hard to. You're going to need witnesses to corroborate, and there's going to be no DNA or smoking gun.
Yeah, exactly.
I posted the stepfather did like a 4-minute interview. I don't know if you want to play it. He's kind of strange. I posted it in the private chat.
Nope. Let's see here. There. Where did we go?
Kind of creepy.
Where did it go? There.
You have a background in law enforcement.
Yes, I do.
You know that oftentimes the first person they look as suspect might be family members.
They always look at the family member first. That's just standard one-on-one investigations.
So why take it as such an insult?
I didn't take it as an insult. I took it as fighting with someone for 6 or 7 years to get them to do what I wanted them to do.
But Mr. Turney, by refusing to answer their questions, as a former law enforcement
I
person
didn't
yourself,
refuse to answer their questions.
don't you see how that would raise eyebrows?
No, because that's a lie. I didn't refuse to answer questions. They were calling me every day, asking me questions every single day. Every
But
day.
they wanted to sit down with you.
And they would have gotten that. All I had to do was set the time and the place, and it would have certainly occurred.
Well, let's clear some of the things that they're saying about you.
No, it's
At
fine.
the beginning, the detectives were very focused on Heimer. They thought maybe he had done it. But as they began to interview her
On who?
friends, some disturbing things start to surface.
Oh,
And they say that among them was the feeling that you were obsessed with her. You've heard this before.
it's on the affidavit, yes.
That you were very controlling
Yes.
and very strict, that you had her sign contracts, you followed her around, you interviewed parents of any new friends of hers. You feel that went far beyond what a normal parent would do?
Oh, it depends on who you talk to. If it would avoid anything happening to my daughter, yes, I don't think it was far beyond. At the time, I look back at it because she ran away as a result of that. Yeah, of course I feel bad about it.
Other people said you were demeaning to Alissa, that you made her feel stupid.
That's an absolute lie. I wouldn't allow that with Alissa because I want Alissa to have good self-esteem of herself.
But her friends said that you were demeaning to her. You called her stupid. In a phone call that has surfaced since then, you called Alissa a bitch.
Really? You're not aware of that.
It's on a recording.
Oh, then fine. Let's bring all the recordings out. I got no problem with that.
Did you call her that?
Did I call Alissa a bitch? I don't remember. I very well could have one time when I was mad at her. Who knows?
That's demeaning.
I guess it is.
So what were you planning to do?
Just bring attention to Alissa.
How are you going to do this?
Take a shotgun and blow my head off. That's what I tried to do in '94.
And what about the firecrackers and the bombs and the explosives?
What bombs? You mean a few little flash things that would make some noise, just to make noise? You can't kill anybody with a pipe bomb unless you stick it down their throat.
Police say you were going to bomb the local union hall.
Sure they did that because they don't understand that you can't take that building down with a bomb. You can't burn it down.
You weren't going to do that?
What?
You weren't going to do that?
Not in the least bit. Why? I'm going to murder a bunch of innocent people? That sounds insane.
Mr. Turney, you say the government's out to get you, the union's out to get you, the Phoenix Police Department's out to get you. It sounds like you think the world is out to get you, and it sounds a little delusional.
Well, that's what they investigated. I just went and talked to the government's forensic psychologist. She said I had a paranoid personality. But she didn't say believe me.
Do you think you have a paranoid personality?
You ever wore a badge and a gun?
No,
You ever been in the military?
no.
Guarantee you'll have a paranoid personality after that for the rest of your life. It just comes with it, the experience.
Okay.
Tell me why we should believe you.
That's what this was from.
Why you should
Okay.
believe me? Let's see. I don't know. Probably because the fact that sometimes when people tell things that seem to be so irrational, sometimes they are true.
You're not capable of killing your stepdaughter.
I didn't kill my stepdaughter. I'm not capable of killing my stepdaughter.
A little strange.
Yeah, that was strange. It would be interesting to see how those pipe bombs, what those look like.
Yeah.
Because if you have 26 of them, plus 4 fire bombs,
Yeah.
now he makes it out to sound like he had fireworks.
The Phoenix police, now this is the police, but they said it was like one of the biggest busts they ever saw.
Mm.
So,
Yeah,
I don't know.
it would be really. I'll see if I can. He pled guilty at least. Let's see if there are. see here. See here. Dun, dun, dun. These are supposed to be pictures. That's pistol. I believe
Yeah.
it's counted as, but yeah. Or as some would call it, an AR like
Yeah.
gun. Yeah.
Of course. Make it sound scary.
Yeah. Not so sure what this is supposed to be, but
There.
it's
Unless those
not
are the
good.
pipes,
Not
maybe.
good.
On the right in the red.
Those look like pill
Yeah.
bottle.
Okay, maybe. It's hard to
I'm not
make
so
out.
sure. Let's see if I can find.
Right, John?
Yeah. Served 7 years for snakes and sparklers. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the. I'm trying to find actual photo evidence. But no, that doesn't seem to be more of that, sadly.
The mod in the law and crime chat said that we should see the string come back soon.
Okay.
I think they had some technical issues, maybe.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's Arizona. What do you expect?
Yeah. Guns were probably legal. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see here that he was arrested for pipe bombs and silencers, not the
Okay.
actual guns. So the silencers. So maybe the silencers were not approved of sorts. I don't know if Arizona has, if you have to have a permit for silencers.
Rob, I'll look it up.
Mm. Oh, let's talk about other things. Now, Sal,
Yes.
you live 30 minutes from this court, I believe.
Yes.
And you will actually go there maybe tomorrow?
I'm hoping tomorrow, yeah. No
Yeah.
promises, but that's my plan.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe our audience will hear from you in the pauses, at least, or after the trial day is done.
Yeah.
You will be back on stream and tell our audience about your experience, about the jury's reaction, and how people react, and stuff like that. And I think that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I've never done it before. So forgive me if, some of my observations might not be, very noticeable, but I'll take a notebook and take notes and try to, see, record reactions.
Yeah. And a few pointers. Don't look directly at the jury because that will be noticed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So place yourself where you can side eye.
Okay.
Yeah, be a bit subtle, because if you stare, this happened in the, I believe it was the Depp versus Heard trial, that some juries were didn't like being
Freaked out.
looked at all the time. And
Oh, is that what they said?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't
and
blame them.
then also in another trial, maybe it might have been the, what's her name?
Paltrow? Gwyneth
Paltrow.
Paltrow?
Yeah, the Paltrow trial, that the jury told the judge that they felt stared at by some in the audience.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, your decision is what matters, so it's kind of important to
Mm.
see what you're doing, but I get why they're creeped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Amber Heard kept trying to stare at the jury and make eye contact.
Mm.
That had to make them uncomfortable.
Mm. I will see if anybody else is not there. I will go to the court TV directly and see if their homepage has something.
Last I checked, Court TV didn't have it. I checked a few minutes ago.
No, they didn't. They don't have it up on their homepage either. That's strange.
They just have opening. Let me see.
Yeah, but it's gone from their live coverage as well. And let's see here. No, they're still offline, so they might have technical difficulties.
They have came back from lunch, apparently. Shit. Sarah, I think, is testifying now.
Oh,
But Maud says the stream should come back soon. I just
Mm.
kind of irritating.
let's see here if we can. Law and Crime Network. The ballerina trial, you mean?
No, this one.
This one?
Yeah, supposedly somebody said that Sarah is testifying right now. I don't know if it's
Oh.
true on Law and Crime.
Yeah.
But the Law and Crime mod said the stream should be coming back soon.
It's not on that channel. Not on that channel. And this is still, because I have the current one is live and nothing on it. Darn it! Court TV. Bastards.
Oh, wait, I might have an idea. Hold on.
If you have the Zoom, maybe?
Yeah, from the Maricopa website. You're going to have to give me a couple minutes to find it. All those links I had was on my work computer. I found one earlier. Let's see if I find it again.
No, not a PDF. Darn it. Superior Court. Nope, those doesn't have lives. Sorry, audience. We are the Maricopa website is trash.
Seriously. Yeah, it took like 30 minutes just to find what courthouse they were in.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very sorry. This is out of our control.
Yes. Because I saw another streamer has the feed. He found it. So I know there is one. It's the Zoom one. What's the judge's name?
Okay,
Don't
that's
happen to remember the judge's name, do you?
no.
Oh, wait, I need the case number. I can find it. Oh, I'll put it in the private chat.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Did you post it?
I'm putting it in the private chat right now.
Okay, that's just a number, not
So I know you'll need that number to search for it.
there.
There.
That's just the.
Go there to the website and put in the case number.
The website, Maricopa.com. Website cannot be reached.
Superior Court one.
Oh, it takes forever to load.
Still not loading?
No, still just loading.
If you want, I can present it.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
You got it?
But it won't read it in. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ. Well, this is what I get.
Okay.
So if you can find it.
Yeah, I can just present it myself.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can go back on it too. If you want, and we can do the defense opening.
Mm.
It's not great, but it's something.
And from what you observed,
The walk was just
Okay, I guess we didn't get the defense
Mm.
opening, but at least
Yeah.
this is the sister.
walk to school, how would she get there?
our father.
Did Alissa drive?
No.
Were you ever with her when she did drive?
Yes.
So it sounds like maybe she knew how to drive.
She knew how to drive, but she was afraid to. before she was gone.
To your knowledge, did she ever obtain a driver's license?
No,
No, she didn't?
no, she did not obtain a driver's license.
Alrighty. I want to take you back to, well, first of all, background. Like, what's the first memory that you have of Alissa?
Probably dancing in our kitchen to it used to be Power 93 back then. It's Power 98 now. Just dancing in our kitchen to Boys to Men.
How old do you think you were then?
Maybe 7, somewhere around there.
And we probably covered this already, but where would you have been living at that point?
At our Villarita home, that was our childhood home.
And at that point, were any of your brothers still living at home?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Mike specifically.
Now, if you need to take a break, let us know. So, your mom dies. How old are you when your mom dies?
I was 4.
And when your mom died, were y'all living here in the valley?
We went back and forth from California, but we came back to Arizona, and I believe that's where she finally died. Yeah.
Okay. So, did you live in California?
For a short period of time.
And where did you live?
Redding, California.
Right. Did in 2001, did you have an aunt or a couple of aunts, your mom, would they be your mom's sisters living in California?
Her one sister, Lynette, yes.
Right, Lynette. Is Lynette alive now?
No, she's since passed.
She lived in California.
Yes.
And do you recall where?
I believe it was Riverside, but she also, moved a few times over the years.
Did you know her?
No, not really. Especially before Alissa went missing, we had no relationship with her.
So you and Alissa had not, for example, your father hadn't taken you over to California and you spent time visiting with Lynette?
No, and the one time we tried to reconcile, she never showed up. So Alissa and I were really upset and just didn't want to pursue a relationship after that.
Do you know when that was prior to May of 2001?
I can safely say within 2 years.
So you've obviously been sitting in court today, and the judge has told the jury that victim's family are allowed to stay in court. So you heard Miss Masterson's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember Shay?
Yeah, of course.
Do I understand that the two of you are you still friends?
Yeah, we keep in contact.
Now, do I have this right that she is a little older than you, but she was younger than Alissa?
Yeah, Shay was right in between us.
So if I were to ask you, Mr. Bailey asked Shay, describe your sister.
They are back. Law and crime.
If I were to ask you the same question.
It seems like they are
What can you?
doing the defense opening.
Oh, okay, great. Let's go to that then.
Yeah, I will keep this in the background.
Okay.
And I will go to the LNC feed again, so we can watch at least part of the defense opening, because it started in the middle of it. But we will keep this up so we can go back to it if needed.
Sure.
Okay.
Seems nice.
And better sound.
Pick up the recording, and it would record these calls until that tape ran out. And you'll hear from Detective Anderson and Detective Summershoe,
Oh.
who went through a lot of these tapes.
That's
And a
interesting.
lot of these calls just ended abruptly. They were being recorded and then they stopped because the technology isn't the same as today, where you could just have it recording forever on a digital space. That was the same thing with the video. The video recorder will be this system that had two cameras set up. One was in the carport looking out towards the front door, or the door that they use as the front door, the carport door, and out onto the main street.
It's only midnight.
The other one had a view from the vent
Not too bad.
out through, and you could catch the Arcadia door coming in and the couch where you saw in that video. And you will learn the same thing, and you will hear Sarah talk about it, that this system was always playing. You could see the recordings. You could go into the room and look at the monitor and see what the video camera was showing, but it always didn't record. It wasn't recording 24 hours a day because it required these 8-hour VHS tapes. And so you would have to set it. You would have to actually set the recording for that to work. So it always didn't capture every single thing that happened 24 hours a day.
Wait, is he missing a hand?
Yeah, it seems like it. The entirety of his underarm. Now, people who is still here, we lost a lot of viewers. If you can, please post on social media to say we're on it again. So we maybe get a few viewers back.
I'll tweet it out.
Thank you.
Now, you will learn that when that call came in, Michael immediately recognized that voice as Alyssa's. The call was very brief. Michael may be thinking that she was around. He got up, went outside. He was driving around looking at different payphones, different things in the area that maybe she called from. You will learn that he used to be a police officer in the 70s, worked for Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Some of his training was that when this happened, maybe people are close in proximity when they make a call like this. So that's why he thought maybe she was around, and that's why he took off and went out. You will learn that he immediately told Sarah and her friend Shay about this call. Shay, a friend of Alyssa's, was staying with them because Michael was, you'll hear he was going around doing a lot of things, and Sarah was 12 years old. So Shay was in and out of the house helping watch and stay with him while he was looking for Alissa. You will learn that he did everything in his power to try to get that call from Quest. He called them. He was on the phone with customer service. He did everything to get that call, and they told him he could not do it without a subpoena. So he contacted Phoenix Police Department, asked them to intervene. They were not willing or weren't able to help. He then spoke with the sergeant. He then spoke with someone else. Nobody would help him get this call. So he didn't let it lie. You're going to learn that what he did was he then used some of his own money. He sued Quest to try to get this number. He filed a lawsuit, got the number. You'll learn it took about 6 weeks. He got someone at the end of June, beginning of July, he got this phone number. It had a California number on it. And you'll learn that he kept calling that number and someone finally answered. He was able to find out where that location was, and he went out to that location on several occasions. He went out to California to look for her on several different occasions.
I have to timestamp this so people can jump.
You will learn
the 2 hours ahead.
This case progressed. Michael was the only one that was pushing this case when it started in 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006. He was pressuring PPD. He was calling sergeants. He was writing letters to the police. He called the FBI. He called his congressman. He was calling all sorts of people to try to get attention to this case, and no one would investigate it. He was putting in his time and his money searching for Alissa.
Well, he does have a point there.
He even contacted the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This is a group that PPD sometimes or they recommend to families because they are a national organization that can get the word out a little bit better. So you will hear that he contacted them over the years and tried to get her name out there, trying to put information into this. He even helped work with them to get a hood, a picture of Alyssa's face on a NASCAR hood. That was something that they were doing back then. They would put these missing children on the top of one of the racers' car to get exposure. And he got Alyssa's picture on the top of one of the race cars in a race. He was doing all of this and nobody would help him. You will hear that Detective Schomfelder was assigned the case a few days after, and he essentially treated this as a runaway. Didn't want to listen. He didn't want to take any information. He would get information. There's not a lot of reports. Detective Schomfelder did not keep a lot of records of his interactions with anyone at that time, but he did keep some of the documents that he got from Mr. Turney over the year or so that he was investigating, but he never followed up on any of them. Then fast forward to about 2003 to 2004, Detective Murphy became assigned the case. Same thing. You will hear that he went at great lengths to communicate with her, try to get her to do investigation. He was giving her information. The state talked about these burned up bodies and other things to get dental and DNA. That was Mr. Turney that was getting that information to Phoenix Police Department. He was working with them to try to get the case going. You'll see that up until about 2008, 2009, he was one of the only ones champion for Alissa and was trying to get this case out, calling the FBI, calling these people, trying to get them to investigate, and no one would investigate. Then fast forward to 2008, 2009, when Detective Anderson and Detective Summershoe were assigned. They started doing interviews, and they got tunnel vision. They were locked into one person and one person only, and that was Mr. Turney. And for over a decade, they extensively and exclusively overlooked evidence and just looked at him, ignoring all the things that he did, ignoring all the stuff, because they had a gut, they had their belief on what happened. And you will learn that this entire case is about belief, speculation, and conjecture. There's no evidence. They can't tell you where Alissa died. They can't tell you how she died. And frankly, they can't even tell you if she died. They believe she did, but there's no proof. And despite over a decade of extensive investigation, they never found a single piece of evidence to tie Mr. Turney to this crime. As you will see, as the evidence comes through, there is nothing. There is nothing that links him to this crime. You will not hear from a single witness in this trial that will tell you what happened to Alissa. This trial is about Michael Turney finally getting his day in court, a court that follows the laws of the American justice system, not the court of public opinions. The evidence will show that rather than conduct a fair investigation to find out the truth of Alissa's runaway and subsequent disappearance, Phoenix PD did basically nothing for 8 years until Detective Anderson and Detective Summershoe were assigned. And then it was tunnel vision. They had one person and one person only, and they still found no evidence. You will learn that in 2000, after the pressure of some media, TikTok, stuff like that, they finally charged Mr. Turney with this crime, despite the lack of any physical evidence or frankly, any real evidence at all. No new evidence from 2001 to 2019 that links Mr. Turney to this crime. But yet here we are. So what happened to Alissa? Was she killed? Did she run away and get caught up in human trafficking? Did she just want to leave and have a different life and just start it over? We don't know. All we can tell you is that on May 17th, 2001, that was the last time Mr. Turney ever saw his daughter. And he looked for her for over 7 or 8 years, spending his own money, his own time to try to find her. He spent countless years of his life in an effort to find Alissa. He complained. He called Congress. He complained to police detectives. He complained to police chiefs. He wrote letters. He did all of this. Very odd for someone who killed someone. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the different types of evidence in Arizona. If you remember during voir dire, we talked about a little bit. Mr. Berdino told you a story or an example of circumstantial evidence about rain, that you obviously you don't see the rain, but you walk outside, stuff's wet, the car's wet, the grass is wet, the street's wet. You can deduce from those other clues that it rains. So absolutely right. In Arizona, circumstantial and direct evidence are both allowed. And you as the jury, you get to give any weight to any piece of evidence that you feel is important. Now, I want to give you an example about circumstantial evidence too, just to kind of bear how circumstantial evidence can sometimes not lead to what you think it does. So
I'm going to object. This is argument, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was weird.
you will find that the state's entire case is based on circumstantial evidence, based on speculation, based on belief, with no actual facts. The evidence will show that the lack of evidence that the state is presenting, that you remember, you took the jury, you took an oath to keep an open mind and listen to all the evidence and decide whether the state has met their burden. And at the end of the trial, I will come back up here and ask you to find him not guilty.
Now I have a bit of an issue because the defense objected of a certain way to the prosecution, and the judge did not rule. He just said, "No, let it continue." A bad ruling in my. Now, the one thing this defense attorney wanted was to give them another example. Prosecution objected, sustained immediately. This is level playing field. This defendant is extremely unlikable, but it should be a level playing field. If the prosecution is allowed to play certain things, to speculate in a certain way, give examples in their opening statement, then so should the defense. Now I know defendant is highly unlikable, but it is most important that due process is followed, in my opinion. Because if they don't follow it in this case, it's a slippery slope. Let's continue.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. The state may call its first witness.
Okay, that was the end of their. Yeah. Okay. The parts I heard, at least, was a decent defense opening statement, poking holes, reminding the jury that between 2003 or 2001 till 2019, no new evidence. But here we are in prosecution. And it was interesting to hear the length Mr. Turney took to get someone to investigate. Now you could argue that he was trying to misdirect, but yeah, he is creepy, Mr. Turney, but we have to look at the evidence. It's easy to make someone unlikable when all you know about them is what you've been told about them by people accusing them of crimes. Yes, Donna 1804. I agree. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this trial develops. If the judge will continue doing this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Ma'am, if you'll please come forward up to me, and the clerk will get your name from you and swear you in. If you want to come this way, that's okay. That's okay. Well, hold on. Right up to me. That's okay. That's okay. You come right up to me and then turn towards her. She's going to get some information from you and then swear you in. And now if you'll take a walk up that ramp and then have a seat on the witness stand here to my right.
Well, they have a ramp, at least.
Yeah.
Like Wild Bill, that they had to like drag him up onto the witness stand.
Awful people with disabilities.
Yeah.
Bent away from you, if you can bend it towards you and try to speak into that. Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
I'm Shay Masterson.
Okay.
Jesus.
And Shay, at times we may cover stuff that's a little bit emotional for you. If you need to take a break, just let us know. How did you know Alissa?
I grew up with Alissa from the time I was 2 or 3.
No, this is going to be hard.
And did you know some of Alissa's family members as well?
Yes.
Who did you know that were in her family?
I knew her mom and her stepdad.
You have a bit of a static in your microphone or background noises.
Better?
No. No, it's still there. Hold on, I'll just check if it's... Yeah, it's from you.
I'm sorry. Still there?
It's a bit better.
Sister.
Great. Now, you said you knew her at quite a young age.
Mm-hmm.
And the family?
Was that a yes?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
And,
yes. And the family.
And that's a good reminder. Mm-hms and ums are not picked up well.
Okay.
So when a question's asked, if it's a yes, just say yes, say no, and it'll make it easier for the court reporter.
I will.
Also, in that vein, if I ask a bad question that you don't understand, don't be afraid to tell me that's a bad question. Lawyers sometimes do that. Just ask me to rephrase it, and I'll try to do my best to say it in a way that is easier for you to understand.
Okay, thank you.
So you said you lived with, you knew them at a young age, and you knew a number of the family members?
Yes.
Do you remember the houses that you knew them at or visited?
Yes, I lived next door to them when they lived on the Villarita house. I spent time in the other house in that same neighborhood that they lived in. I spent a little bit of time in the house in the Paradise Valley area, and a bit when Alissa lived with her 2 brothers in an apartment.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you knew Alissa while she lived at least 3 different houses, including an apartment, and then also an apartment with her brothers?
Correct.
Do you remember who those brothers are that she lived with?
That was John and Mike.
Okay, and we'll come back to them a little bit. But did you spend time with Alissa and her family at their house?
Yes.
Did you spend time with them in social settings?
Yes. Most of that was at their house, though.
All right. Did you know Alissa at school at all?
The last time we went to school together was elementary school.
And can you please explain, was there an age difference between you and Alissa?
Yeah, Alissa was about 2.5 years older than me and 2 years ahead of me in school.
Okay. And you said you knew Sarah?
Correct.
And how old was Sarah in relation to you?
About 2 years younger than me and 2 years behind me in school.
Okay. So you noted some time that you spent with the family, but it was mostly at their residence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about Alissa, the person that you knew?
She was really lighthearted and very friendly and social with people. She was smart and funny, and could be mean sometimes, like most girls.
Did you see Alissa interact with Sarah at all?
Yes.
And do you need to take a break?
No.
And what interactions did you observe with Sarah?
I mean, just everyday interactions between two sisters. They had a sibling rivalry type of dynamic. A lot of sister bickering and whatnot, but also a lot of love.
Okay. And did you see interactions between Alissa and her father?
Yes.
And was the interactions between Alissa and her father contentious?
Yes.
Was it a difficult relationship based on your observations?
Yes.
And did it appear to be a troubled relationship based on your observations?
Yes.
Did you observe the way that Alissa's father, the defendant, treated Sarah?
Yes.
And what was that treatment like?
It was not contentious and not strained, and it tended to be she was the baby and his only birth daughter, and so she was very much doted on by him, at least in the early years. I can't speak to later on.
So is it fair to say that the way that the defendant treated Alissa was different than the way the defendant treated Sarah?
Yes.
I'm not sure. She was doted in the early years. She doesn't know later on. But this should mean they were both, I don't know, 7, 8, 9. This, in my opinion, is not really reliable. This far later.
Yeah.
But there she is, and it's up to the jury to determine if she is credible or not.
Do you see the defendant in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please state where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's sitting in a wheelchair, it looks like, to the side of a desk, and I think it's a blue suit.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Are you aware of recordings that were occurring at the Turney household?
Yes.
And what
She
recordings
does have Karen
were
hair.
you aware of?
I know from a very early time there was recordings of telephone calls that would come in and out of the house. And then I know that there was some audio and or video in the house later on.
So you are aware of phone conversations being recorded,
Was that a yes?
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's a yes.
and you are aware of some type of surveillance system that was recording
Yes.
occurrences in the house.
Yes.
Another thing we have to be careful about is not to speak over each other, because that can also be difficult for our court reporter to take down. So I apologize if I did that. Now, were you aware if the defendant would record just conversations between people that were not on the phone and were not video surveillance?
Not conversations specifically, but that there was recording happening at times in the house. I don't know if that answers your question.
That's fine.
I'm having a bit of an issue because I can't determine if this is her real memories or what she has been finding out later on.
Yeah.
Because if she can't say, she can only say what was happening in the earlier years, not what happened later on. She's too young to remember properly.
And all her memories will have been clouded with, bias and what other people have said over the years. I mean, it's 20 years.
Yeah. This will be interesting to hear later on in the cross-examination.
Yeah. I mean, I witnessed a car accident, and what I saw differed from what somebody else was telling me, but I started to immediately believe them.
Yeah.
And just, that your memory can be contaminated.
Question: do court reporters transcribe all of Schroeder's? Yes.
They set up a special button for it on their
more or
stenographer
less
machine.
Yeah, sadly. And the issue is here with Judge Schroeder in the Zachariah Anderson's trial is that the Zachariah Anderson's defense have to pay for all the transcripts.
That makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't the defendant be entitled to the transcripts?
I don't know. I
and
can't
you have a
answer that.
2-week trial. I mean, how much is that going to cost them? Do you know?
They have had an estimate of $15,000 just for the transcripts. Yeah.
That is so wrong.
Yeah.
Just to appeal.
Just to appeal. But this is this trial.
So you're aware, basically you're aware of general recordings, both surveillance, phone, that were occurring in the house.
And half of the transcript is us.
Yes.
Can you tell us, well, when you were led up to Alissa's disappearance and when she was gone, how much time were you spending at Alissa's house in the weeks and months leading up to that?
Not very much. They had moved farther away from where I lived at that point.
All right.
I know he pronounces his name Schrader. I don't care. It's a German name. It's Schroeder.
Yeah. I'll always know him as Schroeder.
However, were you aware of who lived at that house?
To my knowledge, it was her sister and her stepdad, and Alissa. Sorry.
So at that point, there was no brothers that were living there?
Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean there weren't.
And how did you become aware that Alissa was gone?
Mike told me, the defendant.
So when you say Mike, are you referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Just in case we do that again. And what did you do based on his information to you that Alissa had gone missing?
So he took me to their house where I spent time with Sarah.
Do you remember how close in time from Alissa going missing to you being told of Alyssa's disappearance?
It was that day or the next day.
And then you stated that you came over to their house and you were staying there watching Sarah.
On and off, yes.
Do you remember about how old Sarah was at that time?
So I believe she had just finished 6th grade. Or maybe 7th, around 12, give or take.
Counsel, could you please approach off the record? You can just come right up.
Yeah, I don't know what she's actually testifying to.
Nothing yet.
She knew them when they were kids. She showed up there sometime after the disappearance. I'm not. This doesn't help me one bit.
No.
And yeah, but we are a bit behind, so we can go forward a bit.
I'll try to remember where I left off, but I believe we were at, you had gone to Alyssa's, the place where Alissa lived. You had, based on information provided by the defendant, that she was missing, and you were watching Sarah.
Yes.
Do you remember what was occurring during that time while you were at the house?
Usually me and Sarah would be hanging out, watching movies, playing games, and Mike would be coming in, the defendant would be coming and going.
Well, were you aware, did the defendant tell you at some point that Alissa had called the house?
Yes.
Do you remember how long after Alissa had disappeared that occurred?
Maybe a week. It was pretty early on after.
All right. And were you at the house when that call came in?
So I believe it was at night, and he told us the next day, from what I remember, me and Sarah.
And based on what you said, does that mean you were sleeping over there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were there, was it just the defendant, yourself, and Sarah?
From what I can remember, yes.
That was actually staying there?
That's what I remember.
Did he tell you any specifics about that phone call?
Not that I recall.
And how long did you continue to stay with the defendant and Sarah?
I would come and go that summer. I don't remember exactly, how long or for when. I know that there were multiple occasions during that summer for maybe a couple days at a time, and then not after that summer.
One more here.
Yeah. Once we are done, I will try to edit out the 2 hours plus break, unintentional break, because Court TV forked up.
And just because it came up, you stated that the defendant's in a wheelchair now.
Sal.
Back when you were staying at the house,
Salvador Dali.
was the defendant need the assistance of a wheelchair at that time?
No.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Paley.
Did he get anything from that?
I didn't.
Yeah.
Cross-examination, Ms. Hicks.
I don't know, maybe it's an Arizona thing, but trials here, at least the Jody areas, it seems to be a good flow.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ms. Masterson, out of all of Alyssa's friends, you knew her the longest.
I believe so.
You knew her, you met her in 1989.
Yes.
Do you need a moment?
No.
Okay. You were friends with her until her disappearance in 2001.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you talked a little less frequently in the year leading up to her disappearance,
Yes.
but you were still best friends.
I still considered her my best friend. Yes.
Your families had known each other for years.
Yes.
And Mike actually called you on the night that Alissa went missing.
I believe it was that night.
And he was looking for Alissa.
That is what I was told. Yes.
But Alissa wasn't there.
No.
And so at that point, you went over to the house, the Turney's house.
Yes.
And you were there to babysit Sarah.
Yes.
You stayed there on and off all summer.
Yes.
So you saw what was happening in the house in the days after Alyssa's disappearance.
Yes.
I mean, you were there, right?
It's been over 20
Yeah.
years. So yes, the details are fuzzy.
Yes, understandable. And ma'am, if there's anything, when I'm asking questions that you don't remember, let me know and we can assist you with a police report or something like that.
Okay.
But you had mentioned to the police that Mike was obsessed with finding Alissa.
Yeah, it seemed that way that summer.
It's all he talked about.
That I can recall.
He spent most of his time trying to find her.
He spent most of his time away from the house, saying that he was trying to find her.
Okay. He took trips to California.
I believe so.
He searched the neighborhood.
That was my understanding.
He talked to Alyssa's friends.
I believe so.
And ma'am, there's also a point where he asked Alyssa's friends to write letters.
Yes.
And you told the police that these letters were to prompt the police to look for Alissa.
That's from my recollection, yeah.
Okay. And you...
Defense is getting a lot more from this, I think.
Yeah. And so then he called her there the night, I assume not 11 o'clock at night, but evening. And I don't know that if he's doing this to redirect people to other things, he's putting a lot of people in the house, alerting the cops.
And they've pretty much given up on this case. So he's still out there years later trying to find who did it, begging the cops to investigate. I don't know. I mean,
That's a nice still of a Karen face. Yeah. She does not like being questioned by the defense.
No.
I don't need to be a body language expert to read that in.
Yeah.
But I'm focusing on the day of the disappearance. More or less hours later, he's contacting cops and friends and everything. That is putting a lot of headlights on him.
I don't know. You read all the true crime blogs and everything, and even I was starting to think, okay, this guy did it. I mean, it's early in the case. It's just, there's so much missing so far.
Yeah. Now, they might have their star witnesses in the end of their case in chief, but you also have to have a strong opening. It's like writing a book. You have to have a strong opening, a good story, and a great ending.
get a hook in them to keep their attention.
Yeah. If this is their case, yeah, but yeah, let's continue and hear
Yeah.
what's going on.
You wrote a letter as well.
Mhm.
Was that a yes?
Sorry. Yes.
You described Alissa as trusting.
Yes.
You expressed concern that she could be with an older man.
Yes, that's what I had been told.
You expressed concern in the letter that she was kidnapped. Or
Possibly.
that she could have been kidnapped. That someone was hurting her.
Possibly.
And as far as you know, at that time, the police hadn't been looking into Alissa's disappearance.
No.
In your letter, you said Alissa was in danger.
I believed so.
She hadn't contacted anyone.
Correct.
This was very concerning.
Yes.
Something was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Your letter communicated a sense of urgency.
Yes.
Your letter didn't say Alissa is a responsible person.
Oh.
No.
Your letter didn't say Alissa is capable of taking care of herself.
No.
Huh.
Because the letter was meant to get the police to start looking for Alissa.
That was what I thought. Yes.
Now, Ms. Masterson, you testified on direct that you were actually at the house on May 24th, 2001.
Sometime in the days after, yes.
And you testified that you were there when, or at least you were sleeping, when there was a phone call received from California.
That's what I remember.
Now, this was about a week after Alissa's disappearance.
I believe so.
And you heard about it as soon as you woke up.
I think so.
Mike said it was Alissa.
Yes.
And there was some time after this phone call was received that Mike tried to get more information about this phone call.
Yes.
Mike had a fight with the phone company to get information about this call.
Oh.
Yes.
He was on the phone with customer service.
I believe so.
He tried to get a subpoena for records.
Yes.
Okay. And eventually he sued the phone company.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. He got the records.
I believe so.
And the call was from California.
Yes.
Oh. Is there a record of a call from California? Or at least that was what she was told. Oh. That's interesting if they can provide those papers.
Wow. So he was going out of his way to get the call logs to show he received a call?
Yeah, or at least from where in California?
Yeah. Huh.
Huh. This attorney is doing a great cross-examination.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Now, ma'am, you had mentioned that you spent quite some time over at the Turney household.
In my life, yes.
You knew Sarah.
Yes.
You babysat her for a summer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And Alissa is older than Sarah.
Correct.
By about, is it 5 years?
4 to 5 years, something like that.
So Alissa was 17 at the time that she went missing.
Yes.
Sarah was
I agree, but the state chose her to go on first.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, maybe telling, but I don't know. Good morning, excited utterance. If you are going back to watch from the start, once you get up to lunch, then you can fast forward 2.5 hours, because Court TV fucked up their stream. And so I had me and poor Sal trying to entertain people for 2.5 hours while Court TV try to undo their electronical mishap. Yeah.
Should just get David in there with his camera.
Yeah.
12.
Yes.
So you knew Sarah from when
Yes.
Sarah was 12.
Yes.
So you knew Sarah from when she was little child to preteen years.
I still know Sarah, but yes, from the time she was an infant.
But you interacted the most with Sarah. You didn't interact with Sarah during her teenage years much.
Not very much at all, no.
Hey, ma'am, I just have a few more questions about your relationship with Alissa. And again, if you need a break, let me know.
Good.
Hey.
So you met Alissa when you were neighbors.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with her throughout your childhood.
Yes.
And eventually Alissa moved.
Yes.
But you remained in contact.
Yes.
And you and Alissa experienced a traumatic event together during the summer of 2000.
Can you please be more specific?
You and Alissa had a friend named Stacy.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You were very close.
Yes.
And in the summer of 2000, Stacy committed suicide.
Your microphone is acting up again.
Right now?
No, no, it's good.
Okay. I think that was my cat.
Okay.
Sorry.
2000. Okay. You were very close.
Yes.
And in the summer of 2000, Stacy committed suicide.
At the start of the school year, yes.
Who?
This is a very traumatic event.
Yes.
And you knew Alissa since childhood, so you knew that Alissa experienced a lot of grief over her lifetime.
Yes.
Her mother died when she was young.
Yes.
She didn't have a female role model.
Not in her family.
She didn't have a mother to care for her.
No.
Her biological father wasn't around.
Correct.
She didn't get along with her stepfather.
Correct.
Alissa moved around a lot during her childhood.
Yes.
She lived in California,
Yes.
Montana.
Yes.
Alissa went to 2 different high schools.
Correct.
She transferred to a new high school at the beginning of her junior year.
That sounds right.
You were very close with her despite all of that.
Yes.
You knew a lot about her personality, what she liked, what she didn't like.
Yes.
Activities that she engaged in.
Yes.
You knew Alissa smoked a lot of pot.
I know that she smoked pot.
Well, it was
Okay.
2001 pot. I mean, it was pretty weak.
Yeah. I'm starting to see where they are going into the area that this is a troubled kid who most likely ran away, and you never heard from her again.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. 2001 pot. I mean, it was pretty weak.
Okay.
Yes.
You
Now, if they can establish she had done it before, or other irresponsibilities, it's no, I'm not
kind of
necessarily liking it from if
a
Alissa
moral
now is
standpoint.
deceased, but from a defense standpoint, it's good. How
Yeah.
the jury will accept it, it's a whole other thing. The defense has to walk a very, very thin line between
Walk over eggshells.
walk over eggshells.
And they're going to want the females to do a lot of the strong cross,
Yeah,
female attorneys.
yeah. Yeah. This might be a trial of both her stepfather and of
her.
Alissa and Alissa's friends.
Yeah. This could be fiery.
Yeah, disturbing and fiery. Because if they can lead into that her friends circle was the
Yeah.
dope crowd.
I mean, I
Yeah.
graduated in 2008, so I'm a few years younger than her.
Mm.
But being in this city, knowing the type of other schools that have kind of reputations, her mom died, troubled teen.
Yeah.
I don't want to blame her.
Yeah. And also
I can see.
Yeah. And also the middle sister ending herself.
Oh, I missed that. When did she do that?
Well, I spoke about it a bit earlier. I don't know if it was the middle sister or older sister, but one person in that friendship or family did end themselves. And now that's if they can move into that area that this might be a possibility. Why they never heard from her again after that phone call. Oh, it was a friend. Okay.
Still, I mean,
still. If they can move into that area, this trial will get ugly.
It's going to depend a lot on the judge's rulings, what he allows in.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Yeah.
And you told the police that there was a time where you believed it was close to every day.
I'm just saying this. I'm taking tomorrow off. I need to listen this through.
Yeah.
Because I can always catch up. We don't have any important stuff going on. So
you got the weekend.
If that's what I said then okay. I don't recall now.
But if that's what you said to the police, then that would be your
Yes.
testimony here today as well.
That I told the truth then, yes.
Oh, those are crazy eyes.
You were also aware of Alissa experimenting with other drugs.
I believe so, but no specifics.
And again, I know that this is a long time ago, but I'm relying on the police report here. In the police report, you said, or during the police interview, you had mentioned that Alissa tried acid a year before she disappeared.
Okay.
So I'm asking you if that's correct.
That's correct that I said that. I do not have that memory now, but it's been, what, 15
years?
Yeah, but you remember stuff. I remember stuff from when I was 15, 18, 20. She's suddenly having a memory loss.
And it was her best friend that died.
Or
I'm
disappeared,
sorry,
or yeah.
Yeah, you're remembering everything.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be really fun to see how they do impeachment because they have so much.
Yeah, because if she really talked to the police, there is a lot of material to impeach her on.
Yeah.
Because the state's interview of her, or the
investigation,
was not really thorough.
No.
I don't think they need to go into Mr. Nice Guy. I think their beyond reasonable doubt is this is a troubled girl who tried drugs, who was keen to run away. That there is a possibility,
Yeah.
a true possibility. She actually ran away, found home, and then either disappeared to start all over because her friend group might be the local junkies, or she was so troubled that she might have done self-harm. That's what I'm reading in now. We have a long way to go.
Yeah.
But it is walking on eggshells, thin line, knife's egg. Yeah. Knife's edge. Yeah. This is getting interesting.
Years since that interview.
And you wouldn't have lied in the interview, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Just as I won't now. That's why I'm not saying that I remember that now.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, she does not like her.
No.
True.
And tears stopped falling really fast.
Yeah, just a couple follow-up questions. I want to circle back to the letter discussion that we had earlier about the letter that you wrote for the police. Was that a letter that that you wrote with the understanding that it would be sent to the police?
Her eyes.
I believe so. I only have memory of the letter from when I read it when the police interviewed me.
Okay. All right.
At that time, I didn't remember writing the letter either.
Okay. And Ms. Masterson, who was it that asked you to write the letter?
The defendant.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Mr. Bailey, any redirect?
So you were asked a number of questions, very quick order, about Alissa and suicide, marijuana, and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yes.
Was Alissa a depressed person?
No. Not that I remember.
Do you remember
not the
Alissa
answer you
having
wanted.
friends?
Yes.
And do you remember Alissa having plans and things she wanted to do in her future?
Yes.
Do you remember Alissa? You said Alissa and Sarah fought,
Yes.
but do you remember Alissa caring for Sarah?
Yes.
Do you
Yes,
remember
sorry.
Alissa caring about Sarah's well-being?
Yes.
In your observations of Alissa and Sarah, do you remember what would you describe Alissa as trying to do for Sarah?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
The interaction between Sarah and Alissa, what type of role did you observe Alissa try to play for Sarah?
She was her big sister and as close to a mother as she had.
You were asked about a number of.
There's a thing in the tone of her voice when she answers, when she's not certain but tries to remember what she's, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but she answers it like it was a question. Is this what I am supposed to remember?
Yeah.
Let's see if other people pick up. And if I'm wrong, tell me.
She was her big sister and as close to a mother as she had.
You were asked about a number of things that you were told the defendant was doing and trying to
Sure.
find Alissa. Recall that?
Yes.
Who told you that
Repeat
they were
that me
trying
and
to
I
do
will
that?
go right on with the.
Did you have any knowledge of the defendant actually going out and doing those things?
Nothing that I specifically witnessed. I would stay at the house with Sarah.
Okay.
And this letter that you wrote looking for Alissa,
Yes.
do you remember if you were told what to put in the letter?
I don't remember actually writing it. From what is written, I imagine that a 14-year-old writing that letter was, guided on what the letter should say to elicit a response of trying to find her.
I didn't know they had Valley Girls in Arizona.
There might have been an objection there. I imagine.
And you remember telling defense counsel that Alissa moved a lot with her family.
That's the phrasing that they used.
And who was having Alissa move so often?
Her stepfather.
Do you remember about when Alissa's mother passed away?
I believe it was around 91, 92.
So are we talking about at least years prior to when Alissa went missing?
Oh, many years.
You can be very affected by a mother passing away from cancer at an early age. I was in my early 20s when my mother passed away from cancer.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't handle it until I was mid-30s. That's when I started processing it. So this prosecutor implying that, oh, it was so long ago that her mother passed, it shouldn't have affected her. Go fuck yourself, prosecutor.
That's bullshit. Combined with the fact that a few years later, she's now in high school.
Yeah.
Like I don't know about Sweden, but for me and like my brother and everyone I know, it's the worst decade of your life, basically. The stress of dealing with other students and interacting, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you have to process your mother's death as well.
Yeah. That's rough. That's
it's
really
hard
rough.
to
And I was an adult, technically. And I was a mess for well over 15 years.
Yeah.
There.
Hi, Gigi.
I'm going to move up to
Basically
1.25 because they're not going very fast. So we can catch up a bit.
Actually, American high school is.
Yeah,
And
we
just to clarify, one of the questions I asked you was about various things that you were concerned about, either in the letter or that defendant was telling you that he was doing. When you said you were concerned that Alissa may have been with an older man, who told you that was a possibility?
Her stepfather.
So is it fair to say that the information that you remember and the concerns that you had, the source of those was from the stepfather, the defendant?
Leading.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for the witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused.
Witness may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Okay, now we might get into
Thank you, ma'am. You may be
Sarah's.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
And the state may call its next witness.
Probably won't get to cross today.
Ma'am, if you'll please come forward and provide your name to the clerk, she'll swear you in as well.
Here comes the sister, I think.
Yeah. Be right back.
And ma'am, if you'll please take a walk up the ramp and have a seat on the witness stand here to my right. Mr. Imbordino, you may proceed with your direct examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Turney, can you tell us your name, please?
My name is Sarah Turney.
Sarah is S-A-R-A-H?
Yes.
Okay. There is a microphone there. You sound like you may be soft-spoken like I am. So if you can concentrate on that for me. So how old are you now?
I'm 34.
And are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I make podcasts for a living.
All righty. I'm not even sure I know what a podcast is. Maybe everybody else does, but if you could explain exactly what it is you do.
Sure. I do a few different things. So I created my own podcast in part to help look for Alissa. And I also host another podcast from Spotify where I'm just a host for them.
All righty. How long have you been doing that?
Since 2019.
Some of these questions may seem silly to you. I'm just trying to establish some background information. So, did you graduate from high school?
No.
Did you attend high school?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Paradise Valley.
So explain to us the makeup of your family. You, Alissa, the brothers, your dad, just so we have a clear understanding of who's who.
Yeah. My dad married his first wife, I believe, in the 70s, Cheryl, and they had 3 children together. My 3 oldest brothers, Rhett, James, and Mike. And then my mother had Alissa and John. John before Alissa. Alissa was the youngest before I came. Then my mom met my dad, and together they had me in 1988.
And obviously you wouldn't have known it, but today, do you know where it was they were living when you were born?
Yeah, at Villarita.
An address, a house on Villarita?
I know the full address if you'd like it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, 2954 West Villarita.
And where was that located? Here in the valley?
Yeah, the west side of Phoenix.
All righty. Do you know how long you lived at that address?
It was until 6th grade. I went to 6th grade at a different school.
So 1st through the 5th grade?
Yeah, and then I guess I would say 1st through 4th grade, and then we moved to that one house that was kind of around the corner, but in the same neighborhood. And then from there, for 6th grade, we moved to the east side of Phoenix.
So, all right. So 1st through the 5th grade, did you attend the same elementary school?
Except for the portion where we lived in Montana for about 6 months. Yes.
All righty. While you were here in the valley, 1st through the 5th grade, what elementary school did you attend?
Sunrise Elementary.
Now, Alissa was older than you, right?
Yes.
And by, is it 4 years, 5 years?
Yeah, about 4.
All righty. So when you were in the 5th grade, do you know what school Alissa was attending?
I believe Deer Valley.
Okay.
I believe it was Deer Valley, Barry Goldwater, and then Paradise Valley.
3 different high schools?
Yes.
And when she changed schools, was it because y'all had changed addresses? If you know.
Well, and that's where the confusion comes in because I just changed the school the one time. So I wasn't made to change schools necessarily when she was. So I'm not quite sure what that situation was.
All righty. So you said that y'all lived in Montana for a period of time?
Yes.
How old would you have been?
6 or 7. It was 2nd grade, I believe.
And how long did you live there?
Less than a year.
And then you moved back to the valley?
Yeah, right back to that Villarita house.
All righty. And have you lived in the valley ever since?
Yes.
Was there was there ever a time when you and Alissa and the brothers were all living in the same house?
Yes, when we were younger. And then periodically a brother would come in or out, for a few weeks or months if they needed somewhere to stay for a variety of reasons.
Now, in May of 2001,
Excuse, I need to go take a leak, but I will not interrupt this because we all need to hear it. I will still hear it, but you don't want to hear me. Yes, I took it up to 1.25 because we are 20 minutes behind. So I took it up a bit.
Where were your brothers living? I don't mean the address, but
They were all out of the house.
and were they living here locally?
Rhett, Mike, and John were. I believe James was already out of the state, possibly on the East Coast at that time. He's moved around a bit.
All righty. So in May of 2001, where were you going to school?
Explorer Middle School.
And you're living at that point in time when Alissa goes missing, you're living at that address on 34th Street, correct?
Yeah, the 17217.
And who lived there with you at that time?
Just my father and Alissa.
How would you get to school?
So I was supposed to go to it when we moved. We moved so many times, so I'm sorry if it's a little confusing, but we moved and I was supposed to go to a different middle school for 8th grade, but my dad contested it and called the school and made sure I could go to the same school. So he would end up driving me to a bus stop and then the bus would take me all the way to school. So he dropped me off like in our old neighborhood.
All righty. And then how would you get home?
I would again be taken back by the bus to that bus stop and then he'd come pick me up in his vehicle.
Was he working at that time?
No.
Now, Alissa, how would she get to school?
So it was usually by vehicle, as far as I remember. The walk was just long enough and it was just warm enough that we usually didn't walk to Paradise Valley. But it just depended on the day.
So if she didn't walk to school, how would she get there?
Our father.
Did Alissa drive?
No.
Were you ever with her when she did drive?
Yes.
So it sounds like maybe she knew how to drive.
She knew how to drive, but she was afraid to before she was gone.
All right. To your knowledge, did she ever obtain a driver's license?
No.
No, she didn't?
No, she did not obtain a driver's license.
All righty. I want to take you back to, well, first of all, for background, like what's the first memory that you have of Alissa?
Probably dancing in our kitchen to used to be Power 93 back then. It's Power 98 now. Just dancing in our kitchen to Boys to Men.
How old do you think you were then?
Maybe 7, somewhere around there.
And we probably covered this already, but where would you have been living at that point?
At our Villarita home. That was our childhood home.
And at that point, were any of your brothers still living at home?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Mike specifically.
Now, if you need to take a break, let us know. So, your mom dies. How old are you when your mom dies?
I was 4.
And when your mom died, were y'all living here in the valley?
We went back and forth from California, but we came back to Arizona, and I believe that's where she finally died. Yeah.
Okay. So, did you live in California?
For a short period of time.
And where did you live?
Redding, California.
Right. Did in 2001, did you have an aunt or a couple of aunts? Your mom, would they be your mom's sisters living in California?
Her one sister, Lynette. Yes.
All right, Lynette. Is Lynette alive now?
No, she's since passed.
She lived in California.
Yes.
And do you recall where?
I believe it was Riverside, but she also, moved a few times over the years.
Did you know her?
No, not really. Especially before Alissa went missing, we had no relationship with her.
So you and Alissa had not, for example, your father hadn't taken you over to California and you spent time visiting with Lynette?
No, and the one time we tried to reconcile, she never showed up. So Alissa and I were really upset and just didn't want to pursue a relationship after that.
Do you know when that was prior to May of 2001?
I can safely say within 2 years.
So you've obviously been sitting in court today, right? And the judge has told the jury that victim's family are allowed to stay in court. So you heard Ms. Masterton's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember Shay?
Yeah, of course.
Do I understand that the two of you are you still friends?
Yeah, we keep in contact.
Now, do I have this right that She is a little older than you, but she was younger than Alissa.
Yeah, Shay was right in between us.
So if I were to ask you, Mr. Bailey asked Shay to describe your sister. If I were to ask you the same question, what can you tell us about Alissa?
Yeah, you know, we definitely fought like sisters, but she was just really kind and protective. That was the biggest thing is, you know, for as much as she would make fun of what I was wearing, she would make sure to fix my outfit before I went out the door. And I think it was a lot harder to see when I was a kid, you know, the stuff that she did, how she made Christmas happen and birthdays happen. But yeah, I mean, Alissa was happy and outgoing when she was outside of the house, I will say. She was just a really good big sister, and she definitely took on all those maternal duties, even if I didn't see it back then.
So as you look back, can you describe for us some examples of the things that she would do for you? You said like a maternal figure, if I understood what you were saying. Can you describe for us, you know, what that would look like?
Yeah, I remember specifically one time we were supposed to go see the Nutcracker with our brothers.
Your Honor, I'm going to object relevance to relationship.
Sustained. The well, you said you were possibly had sister rivalry, but she did things for you. Correct?
Yes, yes.
So tell us what Alissa was. Just tell us what Alissa was like.
Yeah, she was really kind. I remember that she always made sure that, like, she was always getting special gifts for her friends, always spending her money on other people. She was just really bubbly and outgoing, and she was really, really brave. Really brave.
Now, in the months prior to May of 2001, did Alissa have a job?
Yes.
Where did she work?
Jack in the Box.
And do you recall what sort of schedule she had?
It was after school, obviously, and then some weekends.
Do you recall, for example, how many days a week?
Not specifically. I mean, it was part-time.
So how would she get to work?
Our father. Or, I'm sorry, because the high school is right across the street from Jack in the Box. So if her schedule aligned, I believe she would just walk right over. It was, you just cross 40th Street and it's right there.
All righty. Did you ever visit her at the Jack in the Box?
Yes.
So what would you observe her doing there?
Working mostly.
Yeah. What was her job?
I don't know what her exact job at Jack in the Box was. I think she did a little bit of everything. Drive through, helping people at the counter, cleaning tables.
And from what you observed, did she like her job?
Yeah.
Did you have a job when in May of 2001?
No, I did not.
Okay. And remind me, please, what grade were you in then?
7th grade.
And remind me so that would be like middle school?
Yes.
We used to call it junior high, but I mean, it's middle school, right?
Yeah, the same thing. 7th and 8th grade usually. I believe in Arizona is a middle school or junior high.
Okay. And where was that school located in relationship to the house on 34th Street?
It was quite some distance away. It was, it's right next to Desert Ridge at Tatum and, what is it? Joe Max or Beardsley?
So I may have misunderstood. Is that where your father, the defendant, would take you to the bus stop?
No, he would take me to the bus stop in our old neighborhood, and that was closer to like 43rd Street and Bell. So about 10 blocks.
So how would you get to school in the 7th grade?
So that's what he would do, is he would drive me to that bus stop, and then that bus stop would take me to school.
All right. What generally, let's assume you had the normal school day. What time would you arrive in the 7th grade? What time would you arrive to school?
Yeah, Explorer started later, so I think it was 9 or 9:30, and then it ended at 3:30, I believe.
And what about May 17th, 2001? Did you go to school that day?
Yes.
Was that the last day of school for you that year?
Yes.
And was there anything special planned for the students?
Yeah, we went on a field trip to Waterworld.
All righty. And do you recall what time you would have gone?
It was shortly after school began, so I believe we just came to school at the regular time and got situated and got on the bus and went.
That particular day, did you see how Alissa got to school?
No.
Do you have any recollection as to whether Alissa was home when you went to school that day?
She was not there. Her school started much earlier than mine.
The field trip was over about what time?
It was about when we got out of school, so about 3:30.
And was anyone supposed to pick you up?
Yes, my father.
There at the school?
Yes.
So when you got back to the school, did he pick you up?
No.
Was he there?
No.
So what did you do?
I walked home with my friends.
How far away from the school did they live?
It was like the next 2 or 3 blocks over, so it was really like maybe a 5-minute walk at most.
Could you have walked home from school?
I probably wouldn't have made it, especially in the summer. I mean, I think it's 3 or 4 miles, if not more. So no. I mean, I probably could have, but I wouldn't have.
Now, did you have a cell phone then?
No.
Did Alissa?
Yes.
So you get to your friend's house, and did someone come and pick you up at your friend's house?
Yes, my father.
So what time was it that you think you got back from the field trip?
Back to the school or back to my friend's house?
I'm sorry, back to the school.
I think it was just about right on time. I think we were ready to go at about 3:30.
And then you walked to your friend's house.
Yes.
About what time do you think it was when you got to your friend's house?
No later than 15 minutes later, I would say. 3:45.
And then at some point, your father came and picked you up.
Yes.
Had you called him, or?
I don't recall. I think we just kind of knew that if I wasn't at the school, I'd be at my friend's house. It was something I did all the time.
Mr. Bordino, you tell me when we're a good breaking point.
That's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess a little early today because we're going to be ending a little early today. So you can leave your notebooks and your materials on your chair if you'd like. Please be back in the jury room not later than 3 o'clock, which is when we'll restart the afternoon session. Please remember the admonition. The jury is now excused.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get it.
What the? Oh. Now my computer is acting up. Come on. Come on. What's going on here? There. It's in their break and it starts there. Okay, so we are up again. Yeah. Yeah, this was interesting. My opinion so far is that the prosecution's case is weak. Very weak. I hoped, first of all, the state's opening statement was weak. It's supposed to have promise for evidence that is to come. And I was not really impressed. That was what happened up to lunch. And for you who just joined, then the court TV forked up royally. So from lunch and 2.5 hours on in my stream, you can just jump ahead because court TV just yeeted it. And then we began again. So far, the state has produced 2 witnesses, friend of Alissa and Sarah. The friend of Alissa, their direct examination was tearful, but not very informative. The cross-examination was quite strong, in my opinion. And the redirect was somewhat effective, but it seems like this is so far, now this is just the two first witnesses, is based on emotion only.
Yeah.
And now Sarah has been in direct for roughly 45 minutes. And I don't get much information from it.
No, very little. I've been
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah, so far. And this is supposed to be the girl who knows everything.
Yeah. I mean, she's the one who's been leading this charge to get justice and media
Yeah.
attention. And I don't know.
Yeah. I honestly hope the prosecution have much more than this, because if they don't, I don't even believe this should have gone to trial.
At this point, no. There's nothing. I mean, the guy's weird. Sure.
Weird,
that's-
strange, but then you have their
So
claim
am
of
I,
being
so-
being stalkerish. Yeah, but he recorded everything, not specifically the kids. He recorded everything in an OCD act way.
Yeah. And as somebody, if he's former military, police, I mean, it is weird in the 90s and early 2000s to be doing that stuff. I will say that. But if he is paranoid, PTSD,
Yeah.
he's going to be recording everything.
Yeah. Now, we still know from the prosecution's opening that there is 1 day missing in all of his recordings, and that is the day of the disappearance. That is very damning. And that alone, together with other circumstantial things, yeah, I can see a conviction just because this guy is so unlikable. So very, very unlikable.
I wonder if he'll testify. He's arrogant, it seems.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise to it. I would never do, but he might just be stupid enough to do it.
Yeah.
But this is after a break, and according to John Gary, they took a break just before she was about to talk about the day.
Okay.
So let's continue. Jury's back in court.
We are back on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. The witness is back on the witness stand. Mr. Imbordino, you may resume your direct examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, Sarah, I got a little ahead of myself. I'm going to back us up just a tad. You've already told us a little bit about Alissa and how you saw her. Well, let me ask you this. Remind me again how old, you told us your first memory. I'm not asking you that again, but about how old were you? 7? Did you say 7 years old? Your first memory?
Yeah.
Of Alissa?
Yeah, I'd say that's about right.
And so did you live with her from that point in time up until she disappeared in May of 2001?
Yeah, I lived with Alissa my whole life.
I don't think I asked you this, but describe her personality to us.
Yeah, she was fun and bubbly and outgoing and sometimes a mean older sister.
I agree, John Gary, but the day of her disappearance is really strange. It's gone.
Junior.
I would, that day I would have kept forever if it was my kid disappearing, no matter how little or nothing was on it. That's really strange.
Yeah.
But it also depended on what setting she was in.
And what do you mean by that? What setting?
When she was outside of the house, she was a lot happier.
Did, in those years that you described living with Alissa, was there a time that it changed, or was it always that way?
No, as far as I can remember, it was just always a bad relationship with Alissa and my father, which caused just a lot of stress and tension.
Would you ever hear them argue?
Yes,
What would they argue about?
everything.
What teenager doesn't argue with her dad or stepfather?
Hmm.
So when you say everything, like what, for example?
I mean, it was a lot of criticism of Alissa. It was a lot of, why aren't you doing A, B, and C in school? Why aren't you being nicer to Sarah? He wanted her to do more around the house, to cook more, to drive and do errands, picking up prescriptions for him, going grocery shopping, that type of thing. He never wanted her to leave the house.
Wait, she didn't have a license though.
Yeah, those are strange because I'm hearing he wanted her to do better in school, to actually take her driver's license,
Yeah.
to do chores. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and like one of the things was asked is whenever she had a new friend, he wanted to interview the parents. Well, my parents were insanely overprotective of me. And they would talk anytime I went over to someone's house they didn't know, they'd want to talk to their parents first.
Hmm.
I mean, it was annoying and very overprotective, but it just some parents are like that.
Yeah.
So, and also in a podcast I was listening to earlier, she said that after her sister went missing, her father had health issues, and he would have her drive around picking up groceries, taking her to doctor appointments, and helping him out, and he didn't care where she went. I'm just seeing two different kinds of parenting styles here that are conflicting.
Yeah. Now, there's been allegation of Sarah being the golden child because that's his biological daughter.
Yeah.
And I can see a fair bit of parentification
Sure.
of Alissa. But yeah, this
There's
is
just a lot of questions.
a lot of questions. And now we don't know what went on pre-trial in the motions to suppress.
Sure.
There might be a lot that they're not allowed to talk about.
Sure.
But that's the prosecution's job to see if the defense opens the door.
Sure.
But so far, I'm very unimpressed by the state's case. But maybe the rest of her testimony will be very damning. We don't know.
You while living at the various locations in here in the valley, let's just stick to the valley over the years. Were you ever aware that phone calls coming to the house or going out from the house were being recorded?
Yes,
And how did you know that?
I was born into it. Ever since I can remember, that recorder was on the phone, or a version of a recorder.
And let's talk about the house on 34th Street. Where was that recorder set up?
On 17-217?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the monitor or the actual cameras?
No, let's talk about the audio recording for phone calls.
That was in the kitchen.
And where in the kitchen?
It was right by the phone.
And how were calls recorded? In other words, today we have digital recording. What was utilized at that point?
It was one of those old school tape machines where you could, every time you picked up the receiver, you could hear it click on really loud. It wasn't like a touch screen or anything. So I guess I described it as like an old school recorder tape deck. It's about that big, rectangle.
So when you say that big, this young lady, the record needs, you're talking about a foot or so?
Maybe 9 inches to a foot.
All righty. You happen to remember what the brand was?
No.
And how, did you know how to insert the tapes?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, you just press stop or eject. I can't remember if it was the same button. And then pop out, put another tape in.
Was there only just a tape in the recorder?
No, there were also blank tapes next to the recorder.
When someone would call, in other words, an incoming call, you mentioned that you could hear a click. Could you hear what that person was saying?
Well, the click came as soon as you picked up the receiver, the machine would click on. But yeah, you could still hear them through the receiver.
What if somebody was leaving a message? Let's say so it's in the kitchen. Let's assume you were, in the kitchen doing dishes, doing something either you didn't want to answer the phone when it rang or couldn't for some reason, and someone left a message. Could you hear them talking if you recall? You understand what I'm asking you?
No, I'm sorry. Hear them talking through the recorder device?
Yes.
I believe we had a separate voicemail machine at that time. So separate machines, or possibly it was on the phone at that point for voicemail. But for the recorder, you had to physically pick up the phone for it to record. So I do not believe that it recorded voice messages.
Okay. So if somebody called, well, for example, let me assume there are recorded calls. What I'm trying to understand is you pick up the phone, the way you're describing it, the recorder would start.
Yes.
And that's that clicking sound that you heard.
Yes. You could physically hear on the machine because it was, and the machines varied throughout the years, but at least until up to that point, it was the older machines where you could physically hear the click.
Now, and let's, but that wasn't just at that house. That was at other homes that you lived in.
Every home we lived in, yes.
Now, the house there on 34th Street where you were living when Alissa went missing, were you aware of any video surveillance cameras?
Yes.
How did you know that they were there?
One was very obvious, the one on the carport by the door. That was very obvious. And then my father approached me about the hidden camera in the vent and told me about that.
Would you have known that it was there if he hadn't told you?
No.
So
do you recall when that was that he told you approximately?
A hidden camera.
Within a year of Alissa being gone.
And why would the
So you were not
prosecutor
aware of it
reinforce that
until after she was?
he went out of his way to?
No, I was aware of it before
tell
she
her?
went missing.
Yeah.
And I probably didn't ask the
You're just
question.
helping
So how did
him.
you become aware of it?
Yeah.
This guy is old. He's older than dirt. He's probably a lifelong prosecutor.
Yeah.
He should know better than to be doing this amateur
Yeah.
stuff.
Now he's maybe trying to circumvene what the defense will bring up.
Maybe, but
I
Yeah, maybe.
really hope that the prosecutions step up, because if she doesn't perform well on the stand, yeah,
it's over. I mean, she is their pretty
That's-
much star witness.
yeah, he's a nut. He's a bit is quite paranoid. He records everything, and what speaks against him is the fact that the day of a disappearance, that day is missing from the recordings.
Yeah.
Now, if there's multiple of those, maybe he was just so distracted by her disappearance, he forgot it, and then a few days later, it was overwritten.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
I don't know.
actually would be a really good defense.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it took down Nixon, but maybe is a better excuse.
Yeah.
Of it being in the vent.
My father told me, he said, look what I set up. This is to watch your sister.
All right.
And Alissa was to not know.
Okay. Well,
Now-
that's kind of weird. Never mind.
Yeah.
Forget everything I just said.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this was for the boyfriend.
Yeah.
Like in case she was making out with the boyfriend.
Yeah. And if this is related, if he now knows that she is around smoking pot, getting boyfriend or something of that sort, and he's already paranoid.
Yeah. It's weird, but
Yeah.
I can see it happening.
Mm.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you could take just a moment to look
Great.
at them.
Father Time approaches
Tell me
her.
If you recognize the, we're going to go through each one of them in a minute, but just go through them and see if you recognize what's being depicted in those pictures.
Yes, this is the house that Alissa was last seen in.
Just I'd like to see him before she starts talking about it. Yeah. Just show me and I'll probably skip it.
God, I was all for her and against this guy to start with, and now I don't know.
Yeah, they better have really strong stuff
Gonna feel
in
really
this
awkward.
because
You're going to move to Exhibit 79.
Any objection?
No objection, yeah.
Exhibit 79 is admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, when an exhibit is
feel
admitted, that
awkward
means that
asking
it
her
will
for an
be with
interview
you
now.
in the jury room during your deliberations.
Okay. Let's see.
Like Rittenhouse.
yeah,
So for the record, this exhibit.
Gravely would have loved to try that case, but he
Looking
threw
at-
it to
I'll
Boehner.
refer to it as
As
page
Mark
one.
Richards said, because
Labeled as
Boehner
page
was
one,
an
but the
obtuse
first-
idiot who didn't realize what was happening.
Mm.
But then Gravely took over Anderson.
yeah, because
He could twist the
after the failure of Rittenhouse, he had to show up and tell that ridiculous story.
Yeah.
So for the record, this exhibit contains a number of images.
Talking to the
Looking
fucking
at-
mic.
I'll refer to it as page one. It's not labeled as page one, but the first image. So what are we looking at here, sir?
That's the house that Alissa last lived in.
With you and the defendant.
Yes.
Now, the car, well, okay. Assume for me that these photographs were not taken until 2008. Okay? You weren't living there in 2008, right?
Correct.
You had moved.
Yes.
From where did you move to?
Directly across the street from this angle. If you were looking out the front door of the other house, this is what you'd see.
All right. Do you remember when you moved into this particular house?
Shortly after, this house?
Yes.
It would have been 1999, 2000.
All righty. And how many bedrooms did it have?
3.
Have a backyard?
Yes.
Was there a fence?
Yes.
Was there a back patio?
Yeah, I think like a concrete slab.
All righty. Now, as we look at this, I see it appears there's a front door. You see that?
Yes.
Did y'all utilize the front door?
No.
And the carport, since this was taken in 2008, can we assume that vehicle was not yours or your dad's?
Correct.
Did you know the people that moved into the home?
I'm sure I met them before, but no. At this time in 2008, no, I didn't know those people.
I can't remember if I asked you this. Do you know when you had moved across the street?
Shortly after Alissa was gone.
So maybe in 2001?
That or 2002. It was shortly after.
So over here on the right-hand side, the carport, I see looks like there's a door to the far right-hand side. What was that?
That was a storage room. I believe the washer and dryer was in there.
The second image. I got to remember to stay close to this microphone. You see the
Please.
open door?
Yes.
Where did that doorway lead to?
The kitchen, well, it was kind of in between. So the kitchen would be on the right, and then a small area where we had our dining table and the living room was to the left.
So when you're inside the house and the times when y'all are living there, you didn't use the front door, how would you exit the home?
Through this door.
Now, would you be able to tell us where the surveillance camera was mounted in the carport?
It was on that opposite side so that you could see this door almost diagonal from it.
Alrighty. Third picture, what are we looking at here?
This is part of the kitchen, and where that table is about where we had our dining room table as well.
Alrighty. In this, now it looks like there's, I refer to it as French doors, but looks like doors leading to the backyard.
Yes.
Alrighty. In this particular image, would we be able to see where the phone recording device was located?
Yes.
Where would it have been?
Right in that corner where you kind of see the cord hang down. The whole phone and setup and everything was right there.
Right here?
Yeah. I guess wherever their microwave is, maybe if that's a microwave.
Okay. Below and kind of as you look at the photograph, to the right of the clock that's on the wall, right?
Yeah, right at that corner.
Here's a fourth photograph. Can we see more of the kitchen in this one?
Yes.
Now, other than knowing that somebody else is living there, this property is not yours. Is the kitchen still laid out the same as when you lived there?
Yes, they appear to be the same counters and cabinets.
This particular door here to the right, what was that?
Mr. Bordino, you're off screen. You either need to go wider or move the picture up.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know how to use computers.
The door here on the right was what?
He doesn't even know how to
The washer and
use
dryer
the
may have been in there.
overhead.
I can't quite remember.
Right now, he's calling his son 12-year-old son to
Now,
tell him how to do
in
it.
this image, again, are we looking at the kitchen?
Yes.
The door that we see here open, is that the doorway that led into the carport?
Yes.
And if you're standing at this kitchen counter, looking towards the wall where these two pictures are, what room would that have been?
That would have been the guest room.
Not even mine ever can survive that.
Let me do it a different way. Let me go to
Oh,
the next
mine.
image. What do we see here?
So on the right, that would be the main front door that we did not use.
Alrighty. What
about
did
the
you
back
refer
door?
to this as? Living room or?
Yeah, the living room.
Now the camera that was in the vent, what room was that vent located in?
The living room.
And what are we looking at here?
Another angle of the living room.
Fireplace, was that there when you lived there?
Yes.
This door here and behind the sofa that's located in this picture, what door did that lead to?
I believe it was the bathroom. I know where the bedrooms were, but I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that had to have been the bathroom.
So I think you told us earlier there were 3 bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
And how many bathrooms?
2, including the master.
So if this bathroom is that the master bathroom?
No.
The bedroom that you refer to as the master bedroom, who stayed in that bedroom prior to Alissa going missing?
Our father.
Now, if you look at the top of this particular image, we're right over the bath door and near the fireplace, it looks like there's 2 AC vents. Do you see those?
Yes.
Do you know whether was the camera in one of those vents? Do you know?
Yes, and the one to the left.
This one here?
Yes.
The one over the bathroom?
Yes.
So I want you to imagine for us that you're standing in that living room and you're looking up at that vent where the camera was located. Could you see the camera?
No.
Give me a minute, Judge.
Let's see here. Oh, that's not what was supposed to. There. That's my tractor.
What, did it already have the license plate?
Yep.
You don't get a new license plate for it?
Nope. That's the original license plate.
Nice. Wow. Yeah, we get a license plates. We can keep them, but we can, like, if you forget to renew, they send you a new one here in Arizona.
Okay. No, license plates are registered together with the vehicle, so you're not allowed to change. Well, you can do a personalized one, but nope. Yep.
Yeah, I
that's
did a
mine.
personalized one. Babu. My cat's name. I got it. I was so proud.
Let's get back to the trial.
Yes.
There. So I'm covering the law and C word logo because I believe my tractor is way more beautiful.
I need to count some pages here.
Oh, she's kind of cute.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, I will be covering the entirety of this trial.
Nice to see you, Kelly.
Now, I will be completely honest during this trial, according to the evidence that we see. I haven't watched any of the podcasts. I don't know anything more than read out and the prosecution's opening statement and what the witnesses so far has presented. Now, I've heard rumors about other things, which makes me dislike the defendant royally.
Same.
But so far, the prosecution's case is weak. Very weak.
So far, it could change.
It could change.
I
But
don't know. I just
there are
what I've
there's a lot of maybes in here.
what I've seen doesn't give me a lot of hope it will change.
So for the record, I'm on the 9th photograph. Now, what are we looking at here? What part of the house?
The hallway that leads to the bedrooms.
Were the 3 bedrooms on the same side of the house?
No. Well, I'm the same area of the house, yes.
So if you're standing looking down this hallway, Alissa had her own bedroom?
Yes.
So what, keeping in mind, standing here looking to my left, this side of the image, which side, left or right, was Alyssa's bedroom?
To the left.
What about yours?
Also to the left.
In the master bedroom?
To the right.
You could do that with
photograph number 10.
Ordinary paper clip instead of
Again, ignoring
it together.
maybe the chairs, the barbecue unit. Do you recognize the backyard?
Yes.
Typical Arizona design.
The next image, which would be number 11. A view of the patio?
Yes.
And this particular window here on the right hand side, immediate where my finger is pointed, kind of looks like it's lined up with this tree. Where did that window go?
The master bedroom.
Where your father stayed?
Before Alissa went missing, yes.
Yes.
Hold on. Did he just whisper the answer?
Did he?
Kind of looks like it's lined up with this tree. Where did that window go?
The master bedroom.
Where your father stayed?
Before Alissa went missing.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Correct.
He whispered correct.
Next, he's going to say die, die, die. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a lawyer just kind of says the answer they expect.
Yeah, but he hasn't so far. This is really strange.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's just, yeah.
We'll go.
The master bedroom
Where your father stayed.
before Alyssa went missing. Yes.
Yes.
That was a good catch.
I'm not liking this at all now.
Next image, which I think is 12. Again, another photograph of the backyard. Correct?
Yes.
And
Correct.
so the wooden.
So he said correct again, so that was him.
Yeah, but you can ask a question and finish with correct to get a yes or no. The previous question was not a yes or no question. It was a question she is supposed to answer. This is it.
Well, this is direct as well.
Yeah.
So he can't, because that's leading,
Yeah.
right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, a bit, but they don't object to it. So
true. They have to object.
Is there a gate back here that led somewhere?
No.
Final image. It looks like there was a gate, correct me if I'm wrong, that led from the backyard out to towards the street.
Yes.
Do you recall whether there was a gate there when you lived there? You remember?
I can't remember.
And then looks like the address is on this beam here.
Yes.
Now you told us, Sarah, that before Sarah went missing, your bedroom and Alyssa's bedroom were on the left-hand side of that hallway.
Yes.
Did that change after she went missing?
Yes.
When did it change?
Probably around when the new school year started.
So August or September?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And why did it change?
My father moved me into the master bedroom.
the defendant is Michael Turney, the stepfather of the missing girl Alissa Turney, and the stepsister of this witness, Sarah Turney. Well, he is the actual father of her, but the stepfather of Alissa.
And where did he move to?
My old bedroom.
When you moved into the master bedroom, did he tell you why he was going to have you stay in that bedroom?
Yes.
What was that?
He didn't want to be accused of molesting me and having me walk around in the towel, so he wanted me to have my own bathroom.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. What is the objection? Again, this is 404B evidence. This is impeachment evidence. This witness has never mentioned this before. This is stuff that. I only need the basis of the objection. That's one word. Hearsay, 404B. The objection's overruled. The counsel, you may ask your next question.
Thank you. So when you got into the bedroom,
well, if you're a former police officer who knows how this works, who knows how the system works, you will feel like you could be accused. I mean, 80% of times a family member goes missing, it's another family member. I can see why he'd want to give her space, give her a bathroom, go out of his way to make her feel comfortable.
Yeah, but there is no foundation of the accusation of molestation yet.
True.
They hinted at it in the opening statement, but it hasn't been entered into evidence that he was accused of molesting Alissa.
Yeah.
That foundation is gone. That foundation hasn't been set. So I don't think it's a hearsay objection. They should have had a foundation objection. So it was the wrong kind of objection.
Yeah, he should have tried to argue more objections because I think he could have
Yeah.
got it on some ground.
Was there any type of electronic equipment, or for lack of a better word, in that bedroom?
Yes, the entire video monitoring system lived in that room.
And you mean for the surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Did you know how to operate it?
It operated like a basic VCR, but in terms of, I guess I know how to put in a tape and press record, yeah.
So, am I understanding correctly that if you were going to have a tape recording the people walking out the door, for example, in the carport, it was a VHS tape?
Yes.
And it would be put into the equipment in the bedroom, the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was there any particular reason why y'all didn't use the front door?
I can't think of a good reason. It was often blocked, but we'd use that front patio door since we moved in.
You talking about the carport door?
Yes, I'm sorry, the carport.
Okay. All right. When you say that something was blocking the front door, like what would that have been?
Pieces of furniture. The last I remember was a bookcase.
Now, I want to go back to the May 17th. Sorry for jumping around. So your father comes to your friend's house. How did you know he was there?
I can't recall if he called or if I just heard him out front or he came to the door, but it was sudden.
Really should take his hand out of his pocket.
And did you get in the car with him?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was he
Yeah,
driving?
him
A white
doing
truck.
this in his pocket isn't flattering.
No. Oh, he listened.
Yeah. So you get in the truck. Did you have a conversation?
Yes.
And what was it about?
He turned to me and said, "Your sister's not answering her cell phone." And he handed me his cell phone and said, "Can you try to call her?" And I tried.
Now, were you aware that Alissa had a cell phone?
Yes.
You know how long she had had it?
Maybe for a year or so. Cell phones were still kind of not as common then.
So I take it this wasn't like we might call a smartphone today, right?
No, it was a
There was, in the opening statement, the prosecutor, they said that they found her cell phone in her room. This is strange.
That is strange. I'll give the
Yeah,
prosecution.
but
that.
if she really wanted to disappear, she could easily get another cell phone
Even in
and just leave
2001.
leave everything behind. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. She got the necklace as a birthday present from her stepfather, from a
I
boyfriend.
think it was boyfriend for prom.
Okay.
I think.
Then that's harder to explain away why she left that behind. The cell phone might be just because leave everything behind, but that can also explain the necklace. Leave everything behind,
Yeah.
start new, some of that sort. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, even in 2001, burners weren't hard to get, I don't think.
Burners was more common 20
Yeah.
years ago.
That's why, I mean,
You could get an old Nokia for $5.
yeah.
So
And do
yeah.
pay as you go. So, and she'd probably be smart enough to know it could be tracked even back then.
Yeah, I don't know. Apps weren't a thing back then because there weren't
No.
any smartphones. Those weren't invented
No,
yet.
but you could go to the cell phone and get a warrant and find
Yeah,
out where
where
it
it
was.
yeah. And we already know this because of the previous witness that Michael Turney
Yeah.
got the phone records.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Nokia. No internet capabilities as far as I remember.
Okay. At some point, I'll get to that in a minute, but at some point, did you take possession of that cell phone?
Yes.
So he tells you that Alyssa's not answering her phone. And does he hand you his phone
Yes.
to call? No answer.
No answer.
Yeah, we
Did he
should
did he
end the
tell you
day
anything
with
about
her
what
testimony.
he and Alissa had been doing that day?
No.
We are currently
So where did you go from your
14
friend's
minutes
house?
behind.
We went home.
How long, whatever time of day it was, how approximately how long would it have taken you to get to back to the house on 34th Street?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
So what do you do when you get there? Where does he park the truck?
He parks in the carport.
All right. Any conversation along the way?
Not that I recall.
Did he say anything to you about picking Alissa up early from school?
No.
Anything about having lunch with Alissa?
No.
Anything about having an argument with Alissa?
Not that I recall.
So you get to the house, what do?
I went right to Alyssa's room.
That bedroom on the left.
Yeah, it's the furthest one on the left.
And describe her room for us as it existed before she went missing.
Yeah. When you walked in, she had a queen size bed. I think it was a queen or a full. It was pretty big. That was on the right. And then on the left hand side was her dresser. And directly kind of in front by the window was this TV stand that she had painted and a TV. And then she had a makeup vanity to the left by her closet.
Did Alissa use makeup?
Yeah.
Did you spend time in Alyssa's room when the two of you were living in the house together?
As much as I could, as much as she would let me in there. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, did you enjoy going into her room?
Yeah.
So you go into her room and describe what you see.
So you walk in and I saw what looked like the contents of her backpack on the ground. It was a bunch of papers as far as I recall. And then it's on a big room. So right to the left on her dresser, I saw the note and her cell phone right there on top.
Now, you said a backpack. So did Alissa use a backpack?
Yes.
And routinely, I mean, would she take it to school with her?
Yes.
What
Yeah,
would she
every
keep in
kid
there?
used a backpack.
I don't think she
It
would have let
weighed
me
like
look.
25
Probably would have gotten in
pounds.
big trouble if I got caught. So
Okay.
I couldn't tell you for sure.
All right.
A bunch of jelly pens, I'm sure.
Why do you say that?
She liked to draw a lot. So
Describe the backpack to us.
after all these years, I think I believe it was black, probably a black JanSport, but I can't tell you for sure.
The items that you saw on the floor, what do you remember about them?
Just a bunch of papers.
You remember what they were?
No.
Like exam papers, school exam papers, or school books, anything like that?
I mean, they weren't drawings and it wasn't a diary. So yeah, it was like loose leaf papers. There might have been like a binder or like a notebook, I should say.
Now, you mentioned that she had a makeup table.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, would you call it a vanity or?
Yes.
All right. So did you notice anything missing from her makeup?
No.
Has there been a lot of construction in that area for the last 20 years?
Yeah, huge amount of construction. Yeah, Maricopa has exploded. Since I moved here in '93, when I was like 4 or 3 years old, it's just gotten bigger and bigger. Areas that were completely deserted are being built up.
Do you remember at any point where they dug up stuff that later on discovered bodies or anything?
Not that I recall. I mean, it may have happened, but there's still a ton of desert out there. So, I mean, even
If you
in
go
Fountain
out,
Hills-
if you go 5 miles out, there's still desert.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Mountains, deserts. I mean, stuff that probably wouldn't be, or at least not for decades,
Okay.
turned into residential areas.
Mm, mm.
So
Yeah. And Erin, if you're way behind, once you get to lunch break, then the court TV is screwed up royally. So jump ahead about 2.5 hours for the actual court.
okay, until we get to court TV.
Yeah, until we get to court TV again.
Boomer Zoom moment.
Yeah.
You said you found a note. And I apologize, I don't have a copy of it with me real handy right now, but tell us again where this note was located
On the top of her dresser.
and how did you come to see it?
I mean, it was at eye level, you know what I mean? So it was right there to the left, right by her cell phone.
Did you look at it?
Yes.
Without seeing it, and I'll show it to you, not today, but what do you remember about the note?
I remember, I believe what it said. Would you like me to say that?
Sure.
I believe it said, Dad and Sarah, when you dropped me off at school today, I decided I really am going to California. Dad, that's why I took $300 from you. Sarah, you always said you wanted me gone. Now you have it. Alissa.
Had your father dropped you and Alissa off at school together that day?
No.
You said that her cell phone was there, correct?
Yes.
And was it next to the note?
Yes.
How did you said earlier that you actually had tried to call her cell phone yourself, correct?
Yes.
So when you get into the house, are you or your father still calling her cell phone number?
I was not. I don't recall it buzzing at all. It was just in plain view. There was nothing else on top of the dresser.
Do you remember seeing any kind of a particular piece of jewelry at all?
She left behind a lot of her jewelry, yeah.
Like what kinds of things that you were?
She left a note. I do believe that the prosecution will allege that she was either forced to write it or that dad wrote it. We haven't gotten there yet. That's, yeah, maybe. We will see.
Call.
Yeah, there were, quite a few things that her friends had made her mostly, because I always wanted everything Alissa had, so I remember seeing it. There was a necklace that her friend made that had a mushroom inside. There was one that was like a Chinese symbol. All of the jewelry from our mom was still there.
A necklace with a mushroom. And a Chinese sign. I'm suspecting that's a yin-yang note. Now, I don't know about 2001 Teenage USA. Over here, that's a bit of druggy. I don't know about the United States. You tell me. But over here, yeah, that's a bit dopey.
In your interactions with your sister, were those things based on what you observed of her and the jewelry? Were they things that were important to her?
Yes.
The cell phone, were you ever with her when she used her cell phone?
Yes.
When would you see her with the cell phone?
When she had it, I was always with her.
Now, I think I asked you earlier, did you ever come into possession of that cell phone? And I think you said yes. How did that happen?
My father gave it to me shortly after she was gone.
And up until that point in time, you hadn't had a cell phone yourself?
No, my father would sometimes lend me his, but no, I did not have my own cell phone.
I know this is a long time ago, so you used the cell phone once she was missing. Did you call people on it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at here is, since we're talking about 2001, and I suppose some people didn't have a cell phone, but what could you do with it besides call somebody?
You could text and play Snake.
Snake. Okay. What's that?
It's I'm trying to remember now. I don't remember exactly how it works, but it's some game with a bunch of squares that make a snake, and you have to, I don't remember the rules of the game.
Okay. All righty.
Snake goes around, eats apples or whatever, and gets bigger.
Did it have So your dad gives it to you to use, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How did you, I mean, did it have a passcode or a password or?
No.
Hey,
The next question should be, was there something left
Your Honor,
behind on the phone?
I know I asked for 3:45. I've got a bunch of pictures I need to show her and ask her about. I can't do it all in 5 minutes, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Sounds like this is a good breaking time.
I think so.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, due to a scheduling conflict, we're going to end a little early today. Remember, we are not going to be together tomorrow. So I will
What?
see you
Oh.
next on Monday,
What?
July 10. We're going to get a 10:30 start, so please do your
I'm
best
glad
to
I
get
heard
here
that.
in time
Yeah.
for,
Boy,
for the
that would've been
10:30
I
hard.
could have
start.
saved
Have a
half
nice
the day
weekend.
for
Please take
tomorrow
everything with you
instead
when
of
you
this
leave the
crap.
courtroom. Please
Yeah.
remember the admonition. The jury is now
But I looked a bit
excused.
Okay.
ahead, and it seems to be a bit of discussion later on, so I will keep going. Shit, so nothing tomorrow. That was unexpected.
Okay, so I guess I'm not going tomorrow. All right.
No. Plenty of time to prepare for Monday.
Exactly.
Yeah. And a bit of housekeeping. Sal is going there to look at the jury, take notes, everything. So go subscribe to Sal's channel. So he gets
Thank you.
subscriber counts. If Sal, do you have a Cash App or something?
Yeah, I do. Dali Talk.
So it is at Dali Talk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same name as my channel.
Hmm.
And yeah, I'd appreciate,
Yeah.
any donations for
Yeah.
gas and whatnot.
Yeah. Donate to him for gas and stuff like that. Also, I'm taking days off for being able to. So I would. This is one of few times I will actually ask for some reinforcement. No, not one. Wrong word. Give me monies. I have. Sorry, you who are here, you know this. I almost never ask for anything but memberships and
Sorry.
memberships and to go to Zachariah Anderson's. But this case will cost me quite a bit of cash because I'm taking off work to cover it. So would you please go to, you can see in the description below this, to my PayPal. And I will insert Sal's Cash App.
Thank you.
If you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely support Nick. This is shaping up to be a really good trial, so I'm excited.
Yeah, Cash App. Yeah. So if you could, much appreciated because this will take a fuck ton of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been here for 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
and 2 of those hours were nothing. Just
2
waiting.
of those hours was me desperately trying to entertain you. And I was at between 80 and 90 concurrent viewers. Boom, an hour and a half later, 30. And then I've been trying desperately to ease my way up, but with, yeah. So hopefully Monday will be, yeah. Thank you so much, Excited Utterance, for signing up for memberships. Much
Thank
appreciated.
you so much,
But
Kim.
but do not give if you can't afford it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely
that's
not,
it.
but
Now
Kim just
I will be
donated to
doing
me,
this
so-
anyway, but it would be very nice to have a tiny bit of compensation for it.
Yes.
But more on that on Monday. But let's finish off with seeing if they have anything more to say.
Counsel and the defendant. Please be seated. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. Anything for the record from the state?
Not right now, Judge, because I really need to get going. Monday, I'm going to ask permission to address the court on a ruling you made earlier today.
Okay.
Oh.
You'll either give me permission to do it or not. But I got to try to remember to do that Monday morning.
Okay. Anything for the record from the defense?
Not today, Your Honor. I gotta
Okay,
get
all right.
going.
Counsel, if you could
Remind me
be here
to
at 10:15
do the
on
opening
Monday and
statement
every day after
argument.
that, I'd appreciate
What do you say? Sorry.
No, I'm guessing he needs to go, but he wants to still put on the record the argument for opening statement, the objection. I'm guessing he
Maybe.
never got a chance to do it.
Yeah, but
it. That way we can chat before the jury comes in if we need to. Have a nice weekend. We'll see you all Monday at 10:15. We are adjourned.
no Friday court.
Nope. I was
What the fuck
already.
am I supposed to do tomorrow?
I know. He took all this time off. Oh, you can watch. Oh, wait, no. David's trial, I think, is done.
Masterson, any additional information about the time frame of the incident?
So just to clarify, Ms. Masterson says that the behavior that she observed, this behavior was constant beginning in preteen years and going into teen years. However, to follow up and try to get some more definite clarification from Ms. Masterson, she stated
Oh, it's the
most
beginning
recent
of
memory that she had was when Alissa
this is
was
the part
maybe
we
at
missed
Goldwater
out
High
on.
School, which would have put it about a
They
year and a
put
half,
it
2 years
afterwards.
prior to the incident.
Yeah. So this is after lunch. This is the bit. Oh, this will be hell to edit. I'll write it in the description below. Okay, so now they will be having some argument and then the start of the defense opening. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Goddamn court TV.
And
How
me
glad I
and
am I stayed for the entire day.
Let
to
the record show the
find out
presence
that
of
it wasn't
counsel and the
Friday.
defendant. Anything for the record from the state?
Not right now, Judge, because I really need to get going. Monday,
What?
I'm going to ask permission to, under permission to do
Okay,
this.
ending
Not
again?
today, Your Honor.
Appreciate it. That way we can chat. 15. We are
There.
We are back on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. Jury is not present. In regard to the objection during opening statements, the court has looked at the prior rulings. I didn't really find a ruling on point. There's a lot of rulings in this case. If you can point to one, I'm happy to consider it. But to the extent that the state is precluded from offering evidence to prove that a molest happened, the contract was ruled permissible. The contract has Alissa affirming that the defendant did not molest her. The state is introducing in opening statements a statement of the defendant saying that he did not molest her. I don't find a basis for a mistrial. The request for mistrial is denied.
Okay.
In regard to the testimony.
That's interesting because that was the actual objection. They were actually calling for a mistrial because they referenced molestation. And there was a ruling, maybe not a ruling, but are they using the contract itself as evidence as opening the door? Or not just enough to make it a mistrial? That's really interesting.
Yeah.
So we missed out on the most interesting part of the entire trial. I'm glad they put this in the end.
Of
the contract, allegedly, it's probably been Alissa and her stepfather had a contract saying that she wrote or signed that he did not molest her. And she acknowledged that she wasn't molested by him, which is really creepy.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Now when I've been listening to everything, if he was scared of being accused of molestation, I don't know. It's still very creepy, but it is in line of his paranoia. Playing devil's advocate here again.
Yeah, devil's advocate. I don't think I want kids. I may
don't
date
know.
a woman with step kids.
Yeah.
I would go out of my way to make sure they were comfortable and nothing I did made them feel awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is creepy, but I can see.
Yeah. But yeah, she's a
this is in
minor.
1960.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Cyrus,
Witness.
me neither, thankfully.
Masterson? Any additional information about the time frame of the incident?
So just to clarify, Ms. Masterson says that the behavior that she observed, this behavior was
guy was beat up
constant
in high
beginning in
school and
preteen
stuff
years and
in the
going into
locker.
teen years. However, to follow up and try to get some more definite clarification from Ms. Masterson, she stated the most recent memory that she had was when Alissa was maybe at Goldwater High School, which would have put it about 1.5 years to 2 years prior to the incident, Judge. Based on that, I told defense I would agree not to go into that area.
Okay. I think that resolves that motion. Anything else we can talk about before we bring the jury in? Are you going to use technology for your opening? Okay.
He's old school.
I use technology.
One less thing to worry about.
No technology, including fake hand. I'm so sorry. We are almost 7 hours in. I'm a bit tired. But finally, the start of the opening statement.
At least he doesn't have a PowerPoint to point to.
Apparently, we didn't miss much.
Please be seated.
That's it.
We are back on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Jackson, you may proceed with the defense opening statement.
On May 17th, 2001, between 1 and 5:30, Alissa left a note and left her family home. Michael and his youngest daughter came home between 7 o'clock. They found the note in her room. Her room wasn't its normal tidy self. Sarah had noticed that the contents of her backpack were strewn kind of on the floor, books, pencils, stuff like that. She had also noticed that some clothes were taken. She noticed some jeans, some shirts, underwear, socks, and the backpack was missing. She didn't notice any sign of a struggle. No furniture was moved, no blood, nothing was there. There was nothing on her father, any defensive marks that she noticed or anything. Couches in the living room, nothing was moved. Nothing was out of the ordinary except for Alissa wasn't there. Now, you'll learn that Mr. Turney, Michael, he picked up Alissa from school that day. They grabbed lunch and they went home to talk about the rules for the summer. He had some rules for her because she'd be kind of getting in trouble, doing some stuff that she shouldn't have done. So he had some rules for her that she was going to have to obey for the summer. She didn't like those rules. You're going to learn, you're going to hear from family members that Alissa was a free spirit. She liked to have fun. She liked to party. She would drink. She would occasionally use drugs. She would smoke marijuana. Some people say she would even smoke it daily. She would smoke it on the way to school. Now, these rules were set because of that. She wasn't happy. She did not want to live under these rules. She believed that she was 17. She could do what she wanted. And Mr. Turney said, my house, my rules. And so she stormed off into her bedroom after the argument. And that was the last time that Michael Turney ever saw his daughter, Alissa. Now, you will hear that he went and picked up Sarah from her friend's house. There is some confusion on when that was. Some people will testify that maybe that was 4:30. There's some phone records that might suggest that some of these calls happened between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, but it's between that time. They get back to the house. She's not there, starts to panic. You can hear evidence that Michael called her boyfriend. He called her friends. He called family. He went to her work. He went to places where he might be able to find her. He called her cell phone. That's when they found the cell phone. Either Michael or Sarah found that cell phone in her room somewhere. When they called it, they could hear it vibrating. That's how they knew that she didn't have her phone. He even called PPD, Phoenix Police Department. He called, he was imploring them to come take a report. He was talking to an aide, and it wasn't for a couple days that a Detective Schoenfelder finally made contact with the Turney family. Again, that first night, Michael was up, calling people, calling friends, calling family. That happened the next day. He was doing the same thing. He was driving around. You're going to hear from Sarah. You're going to hear from Miss Masterson.
Okay. So that was the part that we missed. That makes the defense opening statement even better.
Yeah.
If they can lead it in evidence.
Yeah.
Because so far, the two first witnesses from the state is extremely weak.
Yeah, very underwhelming.
Yeah. Now, there might be we heard an inkling of it, that the accusations of molestation might be out. That was probably what the prosecution was going on. that Monday morning they will argue against prior ruling about the accusations of molestations. That's what I heard, at least. And so that will be really interesting. Now, we will see on Monday what's going on. Tomorrow is Friday. And all of a sudden, all I have tomorrow to stream is finally Friday, end of the work week stream. And that is starting around 11 p.m. my time, which is 5 p.m. Eastern or 4 p.m. Central or 3 p.m. Arizona.
No, 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Jesus Christ. So it's not really end of the work week in Arizona. But the USA is a large country, and I don't really want to start before midnight. Not if there may or may not be people who want to see me wasted.
No, I get off at 1 p.m. So.
Yeah, but thank you all for showing up. I'll just make a short trip to see what are... Let's see, how long has... Yeah, you can catch up on Aussie Overlord's stream. I will just get it in there. This is my vengeance to David. Redirect. Search videos. Aussie Overlord. There. Thank you all for showing up. You will be redirected to Aussie Overlord.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.